Hola, hola, probando uno 2. Hola, hola, sí, probando uno 2. Ok. Hola, hola, probando sí, uno 2. Hola, hola, probando sí, uno 2, uno 2. Ok. Hola, 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 sí, uno 2. Hola, hola, sí, uno 2. Hola, hola, sí, uno 2. Hola, hola, sí, sí, ok. Hola, 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 sí. Hola. Hola, hola, sí, uno, dos, hola.
¿Cómo están? Muy buenos días, bienvenidos al Salón Barahona del Centro de Convenciones de Cartagena. Los invitamos a tomar asiento para dar inicio a esta importante conferencia de cooperación internacional de la Asociación de Estados del Caribe. Muy buenos días a las
Good morning to the delegations of the member states and associate members of the ACS and all its different members, the representatives of the mechanisms of regional integration, the business people, strategic allies, members of the academia, and public and private institutions in Colombia and from the region. And of course, all those who are joining us at the Barahona Room at the Convention Center of Cartagena. Welcome, everyone, to the 9th Conference of International Cooperation of the ACS, a key forum to strengthen dialogue amongst the member states and encourage strategic alliance with international partners. Aligned with the priorities, the conservation of the environment, the protection of the Caribbean Ocean, protection of sustainable tourism, and the development of regional transportation systems, as well as commerce. From the moment in which it was created, the Conference of International Cooperation has been a fundamental platform for mobilizing financial support and technical support towards the priority projects of the Greater Caribbean. In this edition, we will renew the collective commitment in terms of shared challenges such as orgasm, regional connectivity, climate resilience, strengthening early warning systems, socio-economical development that is sustainable and inclusive, and digital transformation for our Greater Caribbean. This event reaffirms that the pathway towards the prosperity of the Greater Caribbean must start with cooperation that becomes coordinated action. To officially begin this event, we will be hearing from renowned speakers that honor us with their presence today. But first, we would like to kindly greet all of the different members of delegations that are joining us here today. First, we have Her Excellency, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Colombia, Laura Sarabia Torres. We will also hear the remarks of Her Excellency Noemí Espinosa Madrid, Secretary General of the ACS, followed by Her Excellency Natalie Campbell Rodriguez, High Commissioner for Jamaica to Trinidad and Tobago, and the permanent representative of Jamaica to the ACS. And finally, but not least important, we will hear from Mrs. Sandra Janet Bermudez, Acting Director of the Presidential Agency for Cooperation, APC for its acronym in Spanish, who will be addressing you all. We would also like to kindly greet all those joining us via streaming through digital platforms of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia, as well as the ACS. Madam Minister, Her Excellency Laura Sarabia Torres, the floor is all yours. Good morning, everyone. Special greetings to the ministers and vice ministers who are here with us today, each one of the delegates, special guests. Today, I would like to warmly welcome you to Colombia, especially to the Colombian Caribbean, and this city, which will be our home for the next 3 days, Cartagena. Today, in Cartagena, this city that gave birth to the ACS, a year ago, when we took on the chair of the ACS, we commemorated 30 years of having created this valuable mechanism, and that has renewed our vows for regional strengthening and growth. Today, right here, and just like we've done for the last 30 years, we're betting on the Caribbean. It has been a long road with many challenges, but also filled of results. We still have a lot to do. challenges to conquer and different challenges as well to resolve, but that is why we're here, to achieve this. These 3 decades have allowed us to make this space more mature, and it also reminds us that we still have a long way forward. In this 9th International Cooperation Conference, I would like to share 3 reflections with you. The first one has to do with the defense and the need of promoting multilateral work. In this current context, marked by the climate crisis, armed conflict, growing inequalities, in which I would like to reaffirm, as Minister of Foreign Affairs in Colombia, our firm commitment with multilateral work. We are convinced that great global challenges can only be faced with cooperation and respect for international law. It is here where international solidarity must shine. During the 4th ministerial meeting of China's CELAC Forum, I reinstated that Colombia is a bridge amongst nations, promoting inclusive and structured dialogue that is specially guided towards results. Because not just in Colombia, but in the entire world, we're tired of having just discourses and little action. The ACS was born with that spirit, being an example of how bridges allow to generate dialogue spaces, agreement, and solidarity. Not because we think the same or because we agree on everything, but precisely we think differently and we have disagreements. And in that difference lies the possibility to understand each other's, learn, and open new roads. We need to strengthen regional integration. The Greater Caribbean is a region brought together by geographical interests as well as environmental and commercial, but especially because of a common history, because we're all part of the Caribbean. The second reflection has to do with the path that we must cover to be able to consolidate collective sovereignty. Defending this sovereignty is not just about guaranteeing our right to choose who will govern us or decide about our public policies. It goes way beyond that. It is about the right to be ourselves, to defend our identity, our roots, and our shared memory. And today, we have the place, the stage, and the moment to defend this. In this path forward, we must make sure that all the peoples of the Greater Caribbean feel part of this common project, and that it can be a reason of pride to be from the Caribbean. Today, we have more women as decision makers, more young people leading changes, a bigger presence of indigenous and Afro-descendant communities leading the spaces where the destiny and the destination of the region is defined. Today, we see many more Caribbean people that are proud to be so and to lead the decision-making spaces. Today, the president of Colombia is proud to be Caribbean, and he's betting on the Colombian Caribbean. Collective sovereignty means a common architecture for the future that we want to live in, a future in which decisions are made with and for everyone. And one of the objectives, or one of the main tasks that the President Gustavo Petro assigned me when I took on this role, was precisely to promote and give more impulse to the Caribbean and to bet on a common Caribbean. And this is the time to reaffirm that commitment and that task, that responsibility. The third and the final reflection has to do with the need of revitalizing this association, this event, this dialogue. And revitalize is not just reorganizing structures or updating documents. I believe we're tired of documents, diagnoses. We're tired of everything just being left on paper, but having little action in the Caribbean. We need action. This means, for example, opening the doors wide open so that civil society can feel that they're an active part of this process. It means having discussions in the face of people to speak as equals without technicalities that exclude or protocols that push people away. Revitalizing the ACS must also aim towards the real needs of our population. And for this, it is not just enough to have economic funds flowing. We also need technical cooperation, knowledge exchange, shared experiences as well, because real integration is not built through checkbooks, but it's built with trust. This push towards cooperation will occur, but also it happens through strengthening ties and synergies amongst communities, the academia, the states, the private sector, and multilateral institutions. For the Greater Caribbean, this process implies moving forward together in areas that are a priority, such as climate action, digital transformation, and equality, because we have to bet on the development of the Caribbean. It is about building a future where identity, dignity, and regional voice must be pillars for development. In the face of an international scenario characterized by growing tensions, the Caribbean has the possibility and the responsibility to choose the path of integration and not isolation, because in the Caribbean lies the solution for many things. We're calling out to transform good intentions into concrete actions. The ACS must be a platform to generate tangible changes that can be measurable and sustainable in the territories. We cannot keep reducing cooperation to declarations or diplomatic events. Cooperation cannot be just a photo. We must translate it into results that improve the lives of those who live in our coasts, islands, and cities. Cooperation cannot be measured in how many pictures or how many ministers get together. Cooperation must be measured in how many lives we have transformed in the Caribbean, in the Pacific, and each one of our territories. The ACS has the potential to become a model of sustainable development for the entire Caribbean, led by transition towards a blue carbon nation that is committed with the defense of the planet and life. It is the time to act. And this is why, in the framework of this week of the Greater Caribbean, we have bet on getting together all of us, the national government. We have invited the governments of the countries in the Caribbean, the multilateral system, the private sector, and especially civil society, so that all of us together can build that action. Not just build another discourse, but build actions. Together is the only way to transform the Greater Caribbean. And the Greater Caribbean can project a firm voice and build a common future that leaves no one behind. My invitation today is for the Greater Caribbean, and this event during this week can have a voice that is unique, but a voice that speaks to the world. And without a doubt, I end by saying welcome to Colombia, welcome to the Caribbean, welcome to Cartagena. And I hope that this is the week of the Greater Caribbean, but especially that we can say that starting on this date and this week, the Caribbean transformed itself. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Madam Minister of Foreign Affairs of Colombia, Laura Sarabia Torres. Now, we will hear from Her Excellency Noemi Espinosa Madrid, Secretary General of the ACS. Good morning. Chair of the Council of Ministers of the ACS, Her Excellency Laura Camila Sarabia, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Colombia, President of the Special Committee on Cooperation and Resource Mobilization of the ACS, Her Excellency Natalie Campbell Rodriguez, High Commissioner for Jamaica to Trinidad and Tobago and Permanent Representative of Jamaica to the ACS, honorable ministers, vice ministers, ambassadors, and high-level officers of the member states, associate members, and observers of the ACS. Madam Sandra Janet Bermudez Marin, Acting Director of the APC. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to greet you on behalf of the ACS. It is a true honor to welcome you to this 9th International Cooperation Conference, a strategic space to strengthen alliances and move forward in collective alliances in pro of our region, and very especially so, a space to strengthen resource mobilization that make possible an efficient and sustainable cooperation. I wish to once again kindly greet the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Colombia, the host country of this event, and I would like to thank you for your leadership as the chair of the organization. I also would like to, once again, greet the High Commissioner of Jamaica for her commitment and her vision, which have been fundamental to strengthen the agenda of cooperation that our association has. We're gathered here today in a decisive moment for the region and for the world. International cooperation, considered a technical tool that is complementary to development, has become a structural need, which forces us to rethink the sense and the practice of it to be able to achieve collective answers that are ambitious and strategic. This 9th International Conference invites us to recognize the urgent need of broadening the impact of our collective actions. And to be able to achieve this, we propose moving forward in 2 key lines. The first is to strengthen the ACS as a strategic and efficient space for the cooperation of the Greater Caribbean. And second, rethinking how we conceive, prioritize, and mobilize funds for projects that benefit this great region. It is important to emphasize that strengthening the ACS is not an objective in itself. It is about strengthening our member states, broadening regional resilience. It is about guaranteeing that our initiatives in transport, tourism, commerce, risk reduction, the protection of the Caribbean Ocean, mitigation of climate change, or development of SMEs can have continuity, scale, and sustainability. Our association has a unique value, not just because of the great region that it represents, but because it has a fundamental duality. On one hand, it has a political mandate and a multi-topic focus, and it has a secretary with management capacity. This duality between political capacity and technical capacity must be potentialized to be able to achieve cooperation that is more efficient. However, based on an analysis, we have been able to identify that in recent years, the technical side of our association has not worked as it should. Therefore, it is time to strengthen our operation model. Currently, in the association, there are important projects that do not have financing, that cannot become a reality. And on the other hand, there are many small projects of low impact that demand the same amount of technical work than those large ones that would actually make a difference for our countries. Keeping this in mind, my vision for the association is that the cooperation branch can be a center for projects with concrete benefits, because this is the way that we can have an association that is really relevant. The cooperation, direction, and resource mobilization within the organization needs to be redesigned and strengthened to be able to take on a strategic role within the association. Under the leadership of the Special Committee for Cooperation, it must become a center for project coordination that can guarantee agile, transparent action that is guided towards results. Its work must be focused on identifying and prioritizing strategic projects that involve multiple countries and have a regional scope, budget according to its ambition, but especially with relevant impact for all the member states. The objective is to transcend political will and translate it into concrete results. This is why it is fundamental to overcome the fragmented interventions and move forward towards integrated initiatives with a regional focus and sustainability throughout time. To achieve this, we need a solid technical architecture that facilitates resource mobilization and can make sure that there is an effective implementation of projects. In the framework of this conference, we're presenting priority projects that will be the beginning of a new way of working. The first project to conclude the strategic planning process within the framework of the revitalization of the association. A second project that has to do with economic expansion of economy and the ocean governance of the Greater Caribbean, with emphasis in the management of sargassum, and another project for strengthening the early warning multi-risk systems. When articulating planning, resilience, and economic development that is sustainable, the ACS does not just offer technical solutions, but it strengthens its role as a regional platform for action in the face of risks and shared opportunities. From the ACS, we understand that no actor can work by itself. That is why we're betting on a mechanism for cooperation that is innovative and complementary. South-South cooperation, which allowed to share technical experiences amongst countries of the Greater Caribbean and other regions, has proven to be effective to scale up local solutions. And in this framework, triangular cooperation offers a concrete pathway to broaden impact by combining knowledge and capacities in the South. With the financial and technical support of traditional partners, we can strengthen our initiatives, replicate good practices, and consolidate strategic and projects that are sustainable throughout time. It is not about going back to just basic assistance, but building alliances based on co-responsibility, mutual benefit, and the recognition of the leadership of our countries. In the core of all of our actions, we have the objective of improving the quality of life of people in the Greater Caribbean. The cooperation that we promote must be guided towards clear results, such as improving the access to basic services, increase resilience in disasters, and generate economic opportunities through the regional and local development. To bet on sustainability is also about anticipating ourselves to risks, such as those related to climate change, which is the biggest threat for our islands and coastal regions, even if we are not the ones who have caused this. That paradox demands a new pact on international cooperation based on common responsibility, but that is differentiated. That is why the early warning systems, the protection of coastal regions, and innovative projects such as the management of sargassum have to be considered investment priorities. Resilience cannot be just a response in the face of emergencies. It has to be a guiding principle of sustainable development. A cross-cutting criteria that guides our public policies, our investments, and our international alliances. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegations, this event is an opportunity, a platform to align priorities, mobilize alliances, renew commitments, exchange experiences, build bridges, and commit resources. But especially, it is a call to make cooperation a real tool for collective transformation. The Greater Caribbean needs intelligent cooperation that is integrated, strategic, and coherent. It needs projects that respond to collective priorities and that are designed from a logic of transformative impact. And I have a total hope and conviction that we will achieve this. The most important thing now is to know that you are on board, that we have your commitment, your experience, your political will, and your conviction in the value of collective action. That is the biggest asset that the Greater Caribbean has today. That is why I invite you that with renewed enthusiasm, we can work all together to consolidate this transformation that is already forthgoing, to strengthen cooperation and potentialize the regional impact from the solidarity, innovation, and political will. Because a Greater Caribbean that is stronger, better connected, and resilient is within the reach of our hands through collective action and effective cooperation. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias a su excelencia.
Thank you very much, Her Excellency Noemi Espinosa Madrid, Secretary General of the ACS. Now, we would like to greet Her Excellency Natalie Campbell Rodriguez, High Commissioner for Jamaica to Trinidad and Tobago and Permanent Representative of Jamaica to the ACS.
Minister of Foreign Affairs, Colombia, and other Ministers of Foreign Affairs in the audience, the ACS Secretary General, Acting Director of the APC, distinguished delegates, including associate members, distinguished delegates, partners and friends of the Greater Caribbean. As the first English speaker this morning, I want to say to you good morning. Good morning, everyone. It is my distinct honor to bring you greetings on behalf of the government and people of Jamaica and to address you today in my capacity as chair of the Special Committee on Cooperation and Resource Mobilization of the ACS. Allow me first to express my heartfelt appreciation to the Republic of Colombia for its gracious hospitality in this, I think the minister called it the Colombian Caribbean section of the country, and to the ACS Secretariat for its leadership and coordination in convening this 9th International Cooperation Conference. The theme of this year's conference, Amplifying Impact Through Collective Action, is both timely and urgent. It challenges us not only to share ideas, but also to forge real, lasting solutions that deliver measurable change for the people of the Greater Caribbean. And at this point, I want to ask the countries that are members of the ACS, can you just please stand so that we can see who you are? The delegates from the different countries in the Caribbean, the Greater Caribbean, can you just stand for us? We want to see your beautiful faces. All these countries, we're gathered here and everybody's today talking about us collaborating, but do you know each other really? We don't, and so this is an opportunity. Can we just give a round of applause to all these nations that have traveled to be here? Thank you so much, please. This conference offers a critical opportunity to move beyond dialogue and towards decisive action. It is a platform for shaping a bold vision for our region, grounded in South-South and triangular cooperation, and fueled by sustainable partnerships that respond to the real needs of our people. As we gather here in Cartagena, we do so at a pivotal moment for our region. The complexities of our development landscape, ranging from climate vulnerability to fragmented transport systems, to trade inequities, and to the persistent challenges of disaster impact, demand a regional response rooted in unity, purpose, and innovation. It is within this context that the Special Committee on Cooperation and Resource Mobilization continues to affirm its mandate to drive meaningful collaboration and unlock the resources needed to transform ambition into action. Over the past year, we have worked closely with the Directorate for Cooperation and Resource Mobilization, which has significantly strengthened its role as a catalyst for cooperation, serving as a convener of partners, a broker of ideas, and an engine of implementation. A lot has happened in this department, and a lot more is expected to take place as it aims to assist the ACS in meeting its mandates. Through its revitalized approach, the Directorate is positioning the ACS not only to respond to immediate development needs, but to shape long-term integration strategies that align with the region's collective vision. Projects such as the digital transformation of the transport sector, the multi-hazard early warning systems initiative, and the micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises international trade and development project. These exemplify our shared determination to bridge gaps, enhance resilience, and empower communities. We are particularly encouraged by the growing interest and participation of international development partners. Can I ask the international development partners to stand? Those of you who are here, can you please stand for us? Because without you, I do ask all of you who are here from it, every single one, just remember, it is important that you understand that as a Greater Caribbean, we need your help and your advice along with your money to get the work done. So thank you so much. Your engagement has been critical to the implementation of key ACS initiatives, and your continued support will be vital as we advance new frontiers of cooperation, particularly in areas such as climate adaptation, digital infrastructure, sustainable tourism, and the ocean economy. The ACS needs your continued support to grow, and as a member state, Jamaica looks forward, as do all member states, to a resurgence of activities as we reach out to you to understand what our change is needed to gain even more support. And I will repeat that. We want to understand what are the changes needed so that we can gain more support. At the core of today's discussions lie a deep commitment to results. We are not here to simply reflect. We are here to mobilize, match, and multiply the tools at our disposal. In that spirit, I wish to highlight the ongoing mapping of funding sources currently being undertaken by the Directorate. This strategic effort is designed to better align donor priorities with member state needs, to identify untapped financing opportunities, and to equip the ACS with a more agile, targeted approach to resource mobilization in support of our pending strategic plan 2025 to 2035. A strategic plan will serve as our collective compass, guiding the work of the Directorate and all ACS organs as we transition from planning to performance. The future of regional cooperation lies not in words, but in sustained action, shared responsibility, and smart investment. Colleagues and partners, let this conference be a turning point, not only in the way we coordinate development efforts, but in how we deliver them. For the last year, while celebrating the 30th anniversary of the ACS, the Directorate has focused on strategy and development of pathways and less on resource mobilization. Without a head of division, I repeat that, without a head of division and with a recognition that pausing often allows for stronger action moving forward, the Directorate focused on building itself and is now ready to step forward on behalf of member states in the year ahead. Later in the week, the heads of state and government and other heads of delegation of ACS member states will participate in the general debate under the theme United for Life towards a more sustainable Greater Caribbean. I believe this is an opportune moment to be discussing such a theme as we continue work on the ACS strategic vision and plan, which is underpinned by the goals of regional unity, integration, sustainable and people-centered development. The consistent flow and equitable access to financing for development within the region is a logistical necessity to enable and ensure the welfare of current and future generations. Our external partnerships form an integral part of this process, and we must remain committed to cultivating mutually beneficial relationships with our generous international donors and partners. Today, our agenda is quite compact with various presentations and panel discussions on the thematic areas of the ACS as well as operational matters, and leaves open vast opportunity for us to foster a greater understanding of where we currently stand as an organization and as a region, and to identify the areas of need for potential funding and assistance. I encourage all participants to engage in what we hope will be a day of informative, insightful, and riveting dialogue. And while Cartagena has awesome shopping, absolutely awesome shopping, I do encourage each of you to participate, even in the afternoon after lunch, so that we can hear what everybody has to say, and especially the 3 o'clock, 2 o'clock sessions when we're all ready to fall asleep. Let us come back here and ensure that we participate. As I close, I trust that when this conference and week of events conclude, we will leave here even more connected, more determined, and more united in our resolve to build a stronger, smarter, and more resilient Greater Caribbean. On behalf of the government of Jamaica, I look forward to our discussions and to working together as we amplify our impact through collective action. I thank you.
Muchas gracias a la presidenta del comité.
I would like to thank Natalie Campbell, High Commissioner for Jamaica to Trinidad and Tobago and Permanent Representative of Jamaica to the ACS. Now, we will give the floor to Sandra Janet Bermudas, Acting Director of the APC of the Republic of Colombia. Her Excellency Laura Camila Saravia Torres, Minister of Foreign Affairs of Colombia, Her Excellency Noemí Espinosa Madrid, Secretary General of the ACS, Her Excellency Natalie Campbell Rodriguez, High Commissioner for Jamaica to Trinidad and Tobago and permanent representative of Jamaica to the ACS. Colleagues from member states of ACS who are here with us today. Representatives from national and territorial entities of Colombia, which are part of the National System for International Cooperation of Colombia. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It's an honor for me and for the Presidential Agency of International Cooperation of Colombia to be here in a key and strategic opportunity for the strengthening of regional cooperation in the Greater Caribbean. We would like to thank ACS and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia for inviting us to participate in this conference. When we received this invitation to deal with the future of cooperation, we had to talk then, and many ideas arose in our work teams. The goal then was very clear. We said we must contribute to a strategic content that from our institutional mandate as an cooperation agency will contribute to capacity building of our countries, of the countries of our region. From this reflection, we had the idea of yesterday's workshop in the SENA facilities. And I want to take this opportunity to thank you for your kindness yesterday. This workshop covers strategic items regarding the formulation of projects, and with a formulation covering those matters that include the challenges of South and triangular cooperation for the countries of the Greater Caribbean. This workshop was not only an opportunity to share with our partners the Colombian methodologies to formulate the project, but it was also a point of encounter to have dialogues, to learn about experiences, and to strengthen alliances of the countries of the Global South. Moreover, allow me to say that this is the moment to share with you that thanks to the joint work of our interinstitutional coordination team of our agency, we have been able to integrate the territorial entities of the Colombian Caribbean in an unprecedented act. We have here all the representatives of the departments of the Colombian Caribbean who are here with us in this room, and I want to especially greet them because of their availability and willingness to move forward in a joint work from the regions, from the local arena. We had 29 delegates of the member states of ACS with 2 representatives of Curaçao and 21 officers of the International Cooperation Agency of Colombia. This convening shows the interest and the commitment that South cooperation means as an opportunity for our countries in the search of technical and financial resources that will promote the 2030 agenda and sustainable development. For this reason, we are going to dwell on a specific panel around these topics, and we would like to underscore at this moment the fact that the workshop was a success thanks to the different perspectives offered by the different countries reaching this opportunity with their experiences and with their cooperation formulas. In Colombia's APC, we were invited to work for the temporary secretary of ACS, and we think that Colombia should have a solidary, sustainable overview and having a score the functions of the region and also having the Caribbean voice in the international arena. Hence, we have decided to offer a workshop for the formulation of projects, and we're also going to launch together with the cooperation and resource mobilization direction. So members of these countries could participate in the third phase of the blue carbon that Colombia has built together with International Conservancy. This activity is going to take place by the end of July in the city of Santa Marta, Colombia, a city of the Colombian Caribbean. Blue carbon, as you know, is one of the most powerful tools to face climate change and to protect our coastal ecosystems. Hence, with this course, we want to strengthen the capabilities and strengthen knowledge on politics, financing, and national strategies related to blue carbon. This is framed within South-South cooperation led by Colombia for the Asian countries and for the countries of the Greater Caribbean. We hope you can join us in this course that is aligned with the environmental agenda of ACS in marine biodiversity and sustainable management of natural resources. Because as a region, we share a CA culture and endless environmental challenges which affect each and every one of us. Our joint response through cooperation is solidarity, and it will become the engine that will take us to a more resilient, inclusive, and sustainable Caribbean. Once again, many thanks, Madam Minister, for this invitation. We wish you a fruitful stay and development of this conference, and please enjoy our Colombian Caribbean. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
We want to thank the acting director of the APC. Now, we would like to invite the authorities to participate in the official photo of this event. Her Excellency Laura Saravia Torres, Her Excellency Noemí Espinosa Madrid, Secretary General of the ACS, Her Excellency Natalie Campbell Rodriguez, President of the Cooperation and Resource Mobilization Direction of the ACS, and Sandra Janet Bermudez, Acting Director of the APC. We would like to remind you that this event is broadcasted through the official challenge and through the social media of the government of Colombia and also ACS with the hashtag Colombia Abraza el Gran Caribe and Cumbre 2025. Now we will continue with our agenda. We would like to thank you for those inspiring presentations, and we from the Caribbean thank you for that commitment. Now we would like to give the floor to Mr. Felipe Ramos, consultant, the Director for Cooperation and Resource Mobilization of ACS, who will be presenting projects and initiatives of ACS. And then after that, we will have a panel. So, Mr. Felipe Ramos, you have the floor. Your Excellencies, the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Colombia, Vice Ministers, Ambassadors, representatives of member states of ACS, the heads of delegation, good morning. And also to the representatives of civil society, of associate members. I would like to thank you for this opportunity.
Muy buenos días.
Buenos días, bonjour. It's a pleasure to be here in Cartagena. We want to express our gratitude to the Republic of Colombia, to the city of Cartagena, for this warm welcome. So I want to start my presentation where I'm going to present an overview of the projects that we have approved in ACS. And after that, I would like to highlight the projects prioritized by the member states.
That's my role here. Entonces vamos a presentar pouco.
So we are going to be presenting the projects. Can I have the next slide, please? The next slide, please. Well, here we have an overview of the different projects that were approved in ACS and the 5 areas of action, the core areas of action of the organization: trade, sustainable tourism, transportation, reduction of disaster risk, and the Commission of the Caribbean Sea. As to trade, we have many items. These are approved projects, and we are in the search of the institutions, funding sources, in order to put them in place based on what was analyzed and approved. As to trade, we want to have a framework to strengthen the creative economy in the Greater Caribbean. Another interesting project is the application of trade facilitation measures. We have talked quite a lot about this topic in ACS. It has to do with the logistic, with the challenges that we have to overcome in the region. So that discussion has taken place. We have a project ready to be presented before the different funding sources with multilateral agents and around the globe. Also, promoting and facilitating investment in the Greater Caribbean. The project for digital transformation for the promotion of trade competitiveness in the Greater Caribbean. And I'm going to speak also about a project that has been prioritized by its members. As to sustainable tourism, we have the strategy of sustainable tourism for the Greater Caribbean, the one of digital transformation for the tourism in the Caribbean, also the evolution of community tourism in the Greater Caribbean. In the association, we've talked quite a lot about sustainable tourism and the participation of the communities, as has been mentioned by the Secretary General of ACS and by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. It's important for the projects to reach communities, to leave aside the study phases, the discussions, debates, documents, and to have real impact on the communities. And in ACS, we are seeing how can our projects reach the different populations of the countries of the region. So this is a core topic for us. That's a challenge that we need to overcome. We have to get close to our members. Once again, we need to be committed with the execution of important projects that will involve member states. And through this, we will reach our people, and we will reach concrete results. So that is the discussion we have had. And this is the discussion on the strategic plan, how to change that overview of the ACS projects to reach communities and to have a concrete impact on our communities, giving rise to development and having an agenda for our population. As to transportation, we have covered very important areas. Actually, we're going to have a panel on transportation. We have many topics to cover when it comes to connectivity in the region. We have many delegations coming from different countries of the region, and we know how difficult it is to go from one country to another one. Sometimes you have to go to Miami to come back to a country of a region. We need to sort that out. It is a priority for the region: maritime, air connectivity. So how can we work in ACS with very important projects? And we had the framework of the strategic collaboration of ACS to start working with important infrastructure projects that are part of the mandate of the association. And I also want to make reference to transportation projects and for digital transportation for the transportation sector in the Greater Caribbean. The world is moving towards AI, digital transformation, all this involved in transportation logistics, and the association can become an enabler in order to be used by member states. These new technologies, technological advance, and the new processes that we must reach in order not to lag behind. So that the transportation area is of paramount importance for the association around the projects that we have in our portfolio, and we want to underscore digital transformation for the transportation sector. The Caribbean Sea Commission, something that is being analyzed is the sargassum problem that is very important for all the member states of the association. The impact of sargassum, not only on tourism when it reaches the beaches of the different countries, but in the environmental aspect, pollution, the massive arrival of sargassum into the region. This discussion has been analyzed in depth at AEC, and we are creating the sargassum subcommission. And with that, we are analyzing a specific project around this topic. At the Secretariat, we are mobilizing these projects. Some projects have been presented by member states, so we are rescuing those projects around sargassum. We want to put them all together, involving those countries that have presented these projects. And this will give rise to another sargassum project to involve all the member states with the participation of other states, associate or observing states of ASC. So this is work in progress. We are establishing or creating this project to be presented to the sargassum subcommission to be analyzed. It is a priority topic for the countries, for the region. And we want to talk about sargassum not only as a problem, but as an opportunity of economic development, transforming sargassum into byproducts. It could be used by the pharmaceutical, biofuels industries, as well as many other industries and many other opportunities. And that is the transformation of a problem into an economic development opportunity involving fishermen, local communities. So that is also a priority of this organization. And so we are working on this sargassum-related project. And obviously, disaster risk reduction. Since the organization was created, this has been a priority to all the member states, preparedness, volcanoes, hurricanes, earthquakes. So this commission that has existed since it was created here in Cartagena, this is indeed a priority of the organization. And I'm going to dwell on a priority project on the creation of mechanisms of early warning systems. And here we have priority projects. They have been covered and they were transformed into priority projects by member states. We have the strategic framework for the economic expansion of the ocean economy in the Greater Caribbean. It is very interesting, and we are waiting for the outcomes. It has become a specific opportunity, which was the result of a funding source for the CARICOM countries. Hence, we have proposed a project with a financing source. So we are waiting for the results. So we are transforming this since the perspective of resource mobilization. Priority projects into something that ACS Secretary is going to look for the necessary funds in order to materialize these projects and to make of them tangible results for our countries. So within this strategic framework for the economic expansion of the ocean economy, we also have another topic that we are discussing with Colombia, and the acting director of ACP has gave us the possibility of giving us some availability for this course. So we are working in that project under that mandate in the search for financial resources and also for the countries, for English-speaking countries of the association. And it's exactly this proposal that we have presented, and hopefully we will have a very positive result in the near future. And also digital transformation for productive sectors of the Greater Caribbean. We are looking for financing and also strengthening of early warning system capacities. This week, we are going to have a discussion with our partners, our friends of a multilateral bank, aiming at bringing in resources for the execution of this project, which is indeed a priority of ACS. As to priority projects, and also the Directorate of Cooperation and Resource Mobilization, that we are striving in order to create the opportunities to look for multilateral banks and all the international sources that we have available as to execute these priority projects. So these are actions that are being studied in the association to be executed in the near future. Here we have some details on the 3 priority projects, the strategic framework for economic expansion of the ocean economy in the Greater Caribbean. Also, the project that would last 2 years with an estimated budget of around $1 million. And the idea is to promote sustainable practices. That's like the fundamental idea of all the approved projects, in addition to technological innovation, the creation of economic opportunities. We are always looking at all the projects based on the idea of sustainability. As to digital transformation, we also have a project that has a longer term, around 6 years, with an estimated budget of $1,820,000. It's still work in progress. We are just starting to look for financing. But it is a very interesting project, and it has been prioritized by ACS. And at last, capacity building of early warning system. And as I have previously mentioned, it's a project that is being analyzed in order to look for financing. It has a budget of $10 million. And as I have talked to our partners, the aim is to expand this project for all the member states. I really like this project because it has with it the idea of infrastructure, construction of towers in the countries for remote communities, those communities that do not count on early warning systems. It's a dear project to me, and I think it's going to have a specific impact on communities. And if we expand it to all the member states, so we can reach out remote, vulnerable communities. So for the construction of these early warning towers, so obviously we will need to increase the budget for this project. So once we make some progress in the discussion with development banks and partners, most likely we're going to go over the budget in order to guarantee the overview from the Secretariat. So the idea is for projects to have all the member states involved. So that's the priority.
We're mobilizing our direction for discussing this issue. Thank you. These are the projects that we have on our list at the association. But it is still my turn, and now we go directly into the panel discussion. And as I said, we will start our discussion with the transport sector, a fundamental sector, to go deeper into these matters. The idea with these panels is that we can have a conversation, an open conversation, a dialogue, a sincere dialogue. It's from the ACS, our objective is to understand the point of view of the member states, the experts, the authorities, the partners for development, and the cooperators, to understand which are the problems, which are the bottlenecks that we have to think about from the Secretariat, the ACS, to design projects and look for solutions. So the first panel has to do with transport, tourism, and trade. And its topic is Transforming Transport, the Digital Path to Sustainable Development in the Greater Caribbean. And it is a pleasure for me to invite Her Excellency Carlos Guevara Mann, Vice Minister of Multilateral Affairs and Cooperation of the Republic of Panama. Please join us up on stage for this important discussion. I would also like to invite Mr. William Brown, President of the Caribbean Shipping Association, CSA. And finally, I would like to invite Mr. Hugo Blanco, Country Representative in Trinidad and Tobago for the United Nations Development Program. It is a pleasure. Now let's go into transportation and digital transformation towards sustainable development in the Greater Caribbean. It is a pleasure to have all the different authorities here for this conversation. And I would like to start with one issue that I consider is very important, very urgent in the region, which is, of course, something that we cannot leave aside in our discussion. And it involves all our peoples, which is the matter of the Panama Canal. There have been changes in world geopolitics. There have been changes in the economic integration mechanisms for coordination and integration of global trade. And all these changes have impacted the entire world, but particularly the developing countries. There have also been changes in the diplomatic ways of discussing topics. And all of these leaves the countries in the global south who need to be more emphatic on the matter of respect for international law an international system based on rules, and not go deeper into conflicts, but instead multilateral solutions, and of course, the respect for national sovereignty. So this is just a bit of a brief introduction of the geopolitical and geoeconomical topic. And I would like to ask Mr. Vice Minister, how does the government of Panama see these discussions about the canal right now, and how, from the ACS and from a regional perspective, how we can try to go about this discussion, not just because of these geopolitical and geoeconomical tensions, but also considering the opportunities, because the Panama Canal brings in a lot of the merchandise that is provided to the different countries in the greater Caribbean. So what is Panama's point of view about this? Thank you, Felipe. Good morning to everyone who is joining us today. I will give a very concrete answer, and then I'll go a little bit deeper into it, of course, abiding myself to the time that we have allotted. For the government and the people in Panama, there is no doubt that the canal is an absolutely crucial asset of the Panama state that is in service of trade and shipping throughout the world. As Felipe has mentioned, very precisely so, and as the Minister of Foreign Affairs in Colombia mentioned during her opening remarks while opening up this forum, we live in a multilateral system that is based on rules, which is a system that states the respect for international law. The Panama Canal is an asset that is at the service of the world, but it belongs to the Panama state, and that it is its property due to international treaties that were signed in 1977 with the support of the entire American community and many sectors of the rest of the world, treaties that started to be valid on October 1st of 1979. One of them, the Panama Canal Treaty, established an end date of the American administration over that infrastructure, which was December 31st of 1999. Starting at that time, the Panama Canal went on to being fully managed by the Panama state. This year will be the 25th anniversary of the administration of Panama over the canal. And we have proposed to the ACS that we commemorate this 25th anniversary, because it is not just a milestone in terms of the respect, as we've mentioned before, to international law, to the peaceful resolution of conflicts, and that multilateral regulation that we would all like to make permanent and accentuated. But also, during these 25 years, Panama has managed the Panama Canal for the benefit of the world with efficiency, transparency, and great diligence. This very select audience very well knows that this 25-year period allowed Panama to help broaden these waterways, which was increasingly important, which added a new lane that allows the passage of larger vessels to the point in which now most of the transit that goes through the Panama Canal uses that improved lane, which was funded by the Panama state. Therefore, the renewed canal has been funded by Panama. The original canal, of course, was built by the U.S., with the U.S.'s funded, but with Caribbean labor. We must not forget this, and in Panama territory, with natural resources from Panama. We cannot lose sight of that. And second, we have what I just mentioned, the improvement of the canal, which ended in 2016, opened up a new lane, which allows the passage of larger vessels and a higher number of vessels through the canal, and that was funded using resources from the Panama state and the people in Panama. I'll do not want to go too deep into this, Felipe. But like I said at the beginning, for the government and the people in Panama, there is no discussion. It is an asset that belongs to Panama, not just because it lies in Panama territory, but also considering that international regulation that we want to be maintained, strengthened, deepened for benefit of our peoples. And that is the base of an international system that if we do not maintain, we're at the risk of going back to previous schemes of imperialism and oppression, perhaps under new, different ways, but that are not convenient for our peoples. I'll leave it at that for now, Felipe. Thank you. Thank you very much. Your wonderful response to start off the conversation, highlighting the strategic importance of these issues and how events like this, in which we have presence of the countries of the ACS, it's a space for discussion, and we don't just talk about the technical issues, and we also discuss the more complex understanding of the phenomena and the political coordination. That's one of the main points of the ACS. Political coordination and the Panama Canal is something urgent for the region. For our other two speakers on our panel, something that I also believe is very important is the digital gap and how that has impacted the trade opportunities and opportunities for economic development in the region. So I have some information from the World Bank that says that the digital gap in Latin America and the Caribbean is still a significant challenge, affecting the rural areas and vulnerable communities in the countries of our region. So this inequality in terms of access to internet and digital technologies limits the development of electronic trade and digital tourism, which are issues that are fundamental and also a priority for the projects of the organization, both promoting tourism as well as the access to digital tourism. We know that from the perspective of the Caribbean, tourism is fundamental for the smaller islands, but also for the countries that have a larger population and territory. So for all of us members, tourism is fundamental. And the digital gap impacts this. The access to tourists, to information about countries, about the possibilities of accommodation, transportation within the countries, purchasing of airfare. So the more access that we have at a digital level, the more information we have available, it gives more opportunities and better chances of access and of improving and increasing tourism in our countries. So I would like to know, both from Mr. Hugo, what do you think about this maritime connection, which is also something important? The connection of ferries to be able to go from one island to the other without necessarily having to take a flight if these are nearby islands. So how could we resolve and think about projects and solutions that we can work on from the ACS together to be able to promote these solutions in these countries?
I no habla en español.
I do not speak Spanish.
It's an interesting question, but not just for tourism. I'll talk about tourism at first, but then the same issues affecting tourism and tourism information affects cargo and cargo information. There have been some development. In some of the countries, there have been developments in AI, developments in port community systems. However, we have one or two fundamental issues, which all of the Caribbean countries, including the Greater Caribbean countries, are sovereign nations, each having their own customs authorities, their own port authorities, and there isn't much connectivity between the authorities. Same information that is loaded into the passenger portal in Miami, when a Carnival vessel leaves, that stops in 3 or 4 ports in the Caribbean, are not available in the Caribbeans themselves. You'll have the port authorities and the customs authorities of those nations have to re-enter those information. So there's an issue with data sharing. Let's not get to the deep digital AI and port systems. Sharing of information. The same thing affects the cargo side of the business. The same information that's loaded into every customs authority and every port authority from the port of loading is the same information that's required of the port of destination. However, those data are not shared. The big issue is that the Caribbean nations, including Florida and the Greater Caribbean, short transit. I think the longest transit is maybe 3 or 4 days. Most are 1 or 2. So then therefore, to re-enter the data, after it's been already entered in the custom portals in Miami, for example, that a vessel that sails on a Friday gets there on a Monday, we have to, nations, and I think it comes down to the sovereign nation, the sovereignty of the nations, that the customs authorities need to find a way to share the data. Simple sharing of data without getting into detailed, extraordinary AI. Sharing of data between customs authorities, sharing of data between port authorities from the port of loading to the port of destination, and we are handicapped, which is not bad, by short transit. We are going 2 days, 3 days, 1 day. It takes 1 day from Kingston to the DR. It takes 2 days from Kingston to Cartagena, 2 days from Kingston to Panama. So then therefore, and especially also because we utilize the weekends for transportation. Vessel sails Miami on a Friday, gets to Kingston or Trinidad or Cayman on Monday evening or Sunday night. The data that's available on Friday in Miami, there has to be, find a way to share that data to prevent the customs authority in Kingston to re-enter those data and your customers to be able to access information surrounding cargo that sails Friday, gets there on Monday. Remember, we do not work on weekends. And as a commercial shipping man myself that ran an agency, the weekend becomes very important in our short transit. So the issue we have is to find collaboration between our nations, our customs authority, our port authorities, to be able to first share data. The other one on tourism, which is very important, and if there's no one here from the FCCA, I wish not to kick at you. In my 20 plus years in the industry, the tourism destinations of the Caribbean and the Greater Caribbean and South and Central America all operates as silos. Each one has their own level of development, but I don't see where there's collaboration and conversations on destination development. The FCCA is a charter with 23 cruise lines that fly from Miami into our region, and that association is a very, very strong voice. Recently, in one of my panels at our conference in Miami, the question was raised, and we were told that the best collaboration or the best way to get information or things done for the Caribbean is through the FCCA. But FCCA is a collaboration of shipping lines. Their interests, maximizing their potentials. The Caribbean region as a tourism destination, each operates as silos. In Barbados, in St. Martin, in Antigua, in St. Lucia, in Jamaica, here in Cartagena, in Panama. We need to, as associations, we need to, as the people of the region and as the Greater Caribbean, and as we're growing, need to find ways that we need to be able to support the intricacies of our short transit, our different level of developments in our nations, sharing of information from one port to the other, which is critical. The same information that goes into a vessel that leaves Trinidad and Tobago that gets here is the same information the Customs Authority use. So it's to find ways to share those data through digital platforms and through collaborations.
Thank you. Very, very, very nice comments. I would like just to follow up real quickly. If you could provide, like, you have said a few suggestions in terms of we need more consultation, more cooperation, data sharing. What concretely, in how difficult is to get these things done? Because these are like decades-old problems. So why haven't solved it so far? What's your recommendation? What could the ACS do, like, to bring up like solutions to these problems that we have raised that are not new?
We at the CSA, we are searching for that solution. In fact, in January, we launched what is called the Maritime Digital Transformation and Data Collection Committee. We've recognized through our years of meetings, or years of conversation, that the development between the nations are so widely sparse. We've had collaborations with the IDB, we are meeting with the World Bank, and we are trying to find ways for let's say, our association with members diverse to be able to garner support from the different countries, the different port authorities, and to be able to find a way to have that one voice. There's going to be required funding because the development of port systems and custom systems in different countries are different. Jamaica has well established ASICUDA. The DR implemented ASICUDA last year, and they see the transformation. So it's funding to support the smaller nations that do not have the resources to develop the digital platforms on which to operate. And I think that's where your $1.8 million becomes real handy.
Yes, thank you so much. Yes. Al señor Hugo Blanco también acá.
Mr. Hugo Blanco, I would also like to ask you about the PNUT, the Digital Strategy 2022 to 2025. We've seen the efforts in supporting countries in the construction of inclusive, ethical, and sustainable digital societies, and it also recognizes that digitalization will continue changing the way in which the organization responds to the fundamental challenges that our world faces. So in that context, what has been the successes of those small states in development in terms of digitalizing transport, and how do we foresee solutions or actions that we might have, as well as suggestions, so that the ACS can also think about projects that they can work on together with you? Thank you very much.
In the room. But let me try to connect those questions with the issue that was presented, because most of these challenges are due to one thing, in our opinion. We are not speaking the same language. How many languages does the Great Caribbean speak? 3, 4? 3? 4, 5, papiamental. How many digital languages does the Great Caribbean speak? 25? How many member states we have? 25? Does every country speak one single digital language? No. Does our Ministry of Interior speak with the Ministry of Education, with the Ministry of Health? Can they exchange data? Is there interoperability among the platforms within our own countries? The answer is no. So how can we promote this integration if we are not speaking the same language? Customs, immigration offices, logistic hubs, different platforms, different data, different processes. And what's the impact of all that? Slow, we are slower, we are more expensive, and we are not integrating. We are fragmented. So how can we move from fragmentation to cohesion, to regionalization, from silos to flow? And in our opinion, with the UN, UNDP, and many others, digitalization can be that enabler that help us to move from that context not to be faster, but to be smarter and to be more intelligent. AI is probably the biggest change we will see in our lives. I mean, this is going way fast. The good news is that we have solutions. There are already options. We have interoperability data platforms. We have AI-driven logistics. We have real-time cargo tracking. So there are options, and options that are more transparent, that give data, but also more resilient. And for small island states, resilience is critical. We know how much we lose every year due to hurricanes, due to things you mentioned before. So we, UNDP, we have noticed that everybody's doing something on digitalization. Everybody's talking about digitalization, but are we doing the right thing? And probably the answer is no so much, maybe. We've been with UNDP together with ACS, by the way, and CARICOM, CAF, IDB. We've been talking to experts and civil servants on how do we use digitalization for better service delivery to our citizens, right? So we found out 5 things, more or less. 1, we need a vision. A lot of things are happening here, but in many occasions, too many occasions, countries or regions don't have the big picture. So if we don't have that compass, if we don't know where we need to go, it's very hard to get there. 2 is the speed. Sometimes we go too fast, and the trust of our users, our citizens, doesn't follow. And sometimes we are too slow, so we fall behind. So what experts are saying, we have to be the fast followers, they call it, fast followers. So learn from others that have already invested in innovation, but with a purpose, with our own agendas. 2 is data. So AI, the chatbox, ChatGPT, Gemini, Copilot, that's the icing on top of the cake. That's nothing, actually. What matters is what's the cake. And the cake is data. And we know in the Caribbean, we are lacking data most of the time, right? Our data sets are not good. When you ask something to Copilot or Gemini, the answers are based on models from the States or from other countries. And that's a huge risk for the future. I'm not going to get there because I'm conscious about time. But we have to have a conscious decision as Caribbean, Great Caribbean, how do we create, how we protect, how we have our data. It has to be local, but it has to be connected. We have to create our local. 3, what are the 3 biggest bottlenecks on digitalization for the Great Caribbean, in addition to infrastructure? 1 is energy. We are going to need more and more energy to run these systems, right? Where is that energy coming from? 2 is data. That's the fuel that engines the whole thing. And 3 is talent. We need people that know how to handle these systems. And that's critical. I'm going to conclude with a suggestion on this process has to be people-centered. If this is managed by machines, the divide, the gap between the rich and the poor, the big and the small, is going to be even wider. And the small countries are going to suffer, are going to be crunched. So how do we come together at Great Caribbean? I think ACS and others have a great role there to make sure that this is an all of the Caribbean game. Otherwise, it's going to be a tough battle. I don't think we want to get there. And last thing, this is for the people. The digital divide, the leaving no one behind. I always say my mom doesn't know how to switch off an iPhone. So she doesn't know much about AI. But that's going to determine probably the future of her society. So very interesting conversations. Happy to talk more about that. Thanks to the ACS for the invitation.
Thank you very much. That was really interesting. Every time we talk about these issues, the theme of the lack of data sharing comes along, and so I think it's a real thing that we have to consider in the organization to take advantage of our membership, like to bring countries together to discuss the solutions and to put these solutions into projects and then seek funding. So we have a few steps to go, but it would be appreciated to have the support of PNUD in terms of digging deeper into this topic, which is so critical for our countries. I would like to raise a question now in English also for the three panelists. So feel free to pick up the microphone to answer as you want. That's regarding sustainability. So the transition to sustainable transport is a key objective of the environmental agenda of Caribbean countries. In line with international commitments to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, however, ECLAC and the Inter-American Development Bank have highlighted that the lack of charging infrastructure for electric vehicles, for instance, as well as financial and technical constraints, have hindered the mass adoption of clean technologies. In the transport sector, how can Caribbean governments overcome the financial and planning challenges to develop an efficient charging infrastructure to support the transition to sustainable electric transport in the region?
I think it goes back to fundamentals of funding in our small ports. Most of these ports, the investments that's required to be able to provide green energy is probably larger than their own budgets are able to allow for. The question is how do they, the smaller countries or the ports themselves, because in some countries there are 1 or 2 or 3 different ports, some are privately owned, some are government owned. How do they access the level of funding required outside of commercial banks borrowing, which are the interest rates are probably 2 or 3 times what they require? That's the question. How do they access funding to be able to invest in green energy in the smaller ports and even the larger countries with 2 or 3 ports?
Thank you. So from a public policy perspective, which is my area, right, I think that in addition to funding, which certainly is a very important issue, there has to be a political decision taken, and I don't think that has been arrived at yet. So this is where I see the ACS being able to contribute significantly. So governments in the region, and there's 25 of those, as we know, plus other observer states and associated areas, need to take a decision to move towards a more sustainable transportation system. And this needs to be adopted by law, perhaps, or by other government legislative initiatives, and this needs to be implemented. So, as I said before, I see ACS being able to contribute towards this process in the member states through the activities it carries out and those new activities that it envisions in order to contribute to a more sustainable transformation of our transportation systems.
Yeah, it works. Yeah. No, just to add, this has different levels of complexity, right? It's technology. Technology is there. One there is transport, import those technologies. And again, I'm thinking also about the small island states where costs are increased in many ways, right? But a lot has to do with policy and the commitments for energy transition. And those three, in my opinion, have to go together so we create a cultural change in transportation. It's not an easy one. It's very costly at the beginning, but public institutions have to create an enabling environment for EVs, for electrical vehicles, to be the right choice for citizens. And that's not easy because we are not, change takes time. How do we promote that time? And we have to understand that our nations have committed to Paris Agreement, most of the cases, to NDCs, and that change has to happen quickly. So how do we push that cultural change, that cultural shift? With taxes, perhaps, with incentives, and with some, perhaps, changes in our rules. Maybe not all vehicles can go to downtown. So there are different ways to promote the use of EVs, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Thank you so
Before I
much.
go, I'd like to add one that we must pay attention to. The partnership with the service providers, the major shipping lines, the airlines, the logistics providers, the equipment providers. We can't do it in silo because we could have the best infrastructure, and the partnership with the shipping lines do not allow for us to be able to even share their data. So therefore, the conversations must invite the service providers and the operators at each end to be able to have a cohesive, collaborative effort. They are very important to whatever we be able to do. We could do governmental changes, we do infrastructure development and reports, but the partners that provide services must be a part of the conversation.
Yes, definitely. Yeah, we come back to these the same topics for all these problems. Need not only funds, but also need like concerted action, and it takes time, and we don't have time like to reach these very important and urgent goals to protect the environment. So I think it's really important to keep discussing this within the membership of the ACS and to bring this concerted action for our Caribbean. Another question that comes here is regarding the fact that the Greater Caribbean is largely comprised of economies that rely heavily on maritime transport for trade and mobility. However, the lack of direct maritime routes between many of these islands limits regional connectivity that we have been discussing here. And this results in high logistic costs and dependence on large international shipping lines, what has been also discussed, which prioritize high-volume routes, leaving smaller islands at a competitive disadvantage. Improving these routes is key to fostering economic integration and sustainable development. How can Caribbean countries encourage and support the development of small regional shipping lines or direct maritime routes between small islands to improve connectivity, reduce costs, and promote stronger economic integration in the region? And I want to highlight the fact that we have already in the ACS as an approved project the idea of building these shipping lines and maritime routes also with ferries to connect smaller islands. So what are the problems that you see in really addressing this issue and the solutions that perhaps we can have on top of mind?
That's a tough one, and tough because it comes down to cost. Cargo follows revenue. Shipping lines follows the amount of cargo you can move between destinations. We know most of the Caribbean nations are net importers, so therefore you pay a two-way for one container, you pay the return empty, so therefore that's why your cost is so high. In fact, in our conference last week, there are developments and there are research in Argentina. One presenter from Argentina, they're developing what are green fuel barges that are able to go up and down the river. So we asked them, what would it take for them to develop those small barges that run on green energy, biofuel, that can be ocean carriers? The idea behind that is so you won't get a major shipping line going between Antigua and St. Lucia because you're moving 3 or 4 or 5 or 10 containers, because the cost of doing that for a vessel. So then therefore it's bio-driven green energy barges that are being looked at, and the studies going on. And if at all those can become ocean carriers, then you can have bio-green energy barges that will go between islands that will then be economical to move the level of cargo that goes between the small islands. It's very difficult to ask a major shipping line to put in a ship or a barge for each of our islands or our small destination. So then therefore there needs to be investment, and the green energy is an opportunity, and I hope that will come to fruition, that those developments and those studies in Argentina that will have barges go up the river will be able to go ocean carriers and smaller bio-driven energy barges that could go between the islands. I think that's one option. Otherwise, it's going to take small investments of small countries, knowing that therefore there may be none for profit, because you can't ask a major shipping line to add a route that is not sustainable financially. But those barges may become an answer.
Thank you so much. This is a very good idea for us, like, to bring it to the organization.
I want to say something very, very, very short. If it's not happening, there is probably a reason why it's not happening. And normally the answer is financial. It doesn't make sense. Otherwise, but moving between countries, flying from Antigua and Barbuda to St. Kitts, is a right, shouldn't not be a luxury. So citizens have to have the right to move around. And now it's very, very complicated and very expensive. So how we as the big we, make the case so these investments make sense. So the private sector comes in, public sector comes in, and address this issue, because the issue of transportation within the Caribbean shouldn't be a matter of money in many ways, right? Yeah.
Thank you so much.
This one doesn't want to work for me. It just works for me. So I agree with these comments. I think they're right on target. I expect the main challenge is economic, definitely. So if it is not profitable to include certain areas or certain destinations in major transit routes, major shipping routes, then it won't happen unless we find more creative solutions, such as these smaller vessels that are environmentally driven or sustainably driven. I would think that in addition, we probably should focus on ways of incentivizing the private sector to participate in these projects. Otherwise, it'll be an added burden or an added weight on governments, which are already quite burdened with so many demands that are placed on governments. So I think an added challenge is not just to surmount the non-profitability of certain routes, but also to incentivize the private sector to participate in these projects. And when I say the private sector, I don't necessarily mean big business or big multinationals. I reflect a lot historically. How did the Caribbean islands and the mainland access transportation before, in centuries past, right? There were lots of individual providers that gave this service, moving people and goods. I mean, going back to pre-Columbian times, we have evidence of navigation connecting these territories and connecting the islands. So maybe we can find ways to incentivize smaller companies, even individuals, to participate and engage in these activities so that they can supply a service which, as Hugo mentioned before, is a right. We know that a right will not be effective unless there's economic sustainability behind it, but that's a challenge that ACS can certainly focus on and try to bring solutions to.
Yeah, that's definitely. Thank you so much. Poquito de español de nuevo.
Some Spanish. I would like to ask the panelists, whoever would like to answer them. The Greater Caribbean, according to the UN Conference on Trade and Development, Caribbean countries face operating costs and also lead times, which are indeed very high. and much greater compared to other regions, which affects the competitiveness of their exports and imports. These inefficiencies are translated into high logistic costs, which have a negative impact in this global and interregional trade that hinder economic development in the Caribbean. And taking that into account, which are the specific digital strategies that could be put in place in order to optimize the operational efficiency of Caribbean ports, reduce costs, and improve regional competitiveness in maritime transport.
Muy rápido. Digitalización tiene que ver con información. Muchas veces no sabemos cuál es el problema en nuestros puertos.
Many times we don't know which is the problem in our ports. We do not anticipate what's going to happen with a specific vehicle, with goods and services. To have that data in real time, you can see in any system, you can monitor that. And that has a value that we are not valuing per se. To do business in the Caribbean is going to be more expensive than in other places because of obvious reasons, but there is also an added value in the Caribbean. In English, small is beauty. Yes, I mean, to be small has its strengths. To digitize a country as Dominican Republic, for example, is much simpler. So let's talk about the advantages of the Caribbean and how can it attract certain investment. And digitization could be what accelerates this process. Initial investment could be very high. However, the impact is going to be one of savings in the middle term.
That has always bothered my mind is, are the service providers, those who make significant levels of revenue from the region, paying their fair share? We, the Caribbean region, with 30 to 35% of the world's tourism, are the cruise lines paying their fair share to the countries? And again, I go back to destination collaboration. Last year, I had a meeting with 10 different countries of the Caribbean region who are destinations, and the passenger tax collected by every country was different because each country and each port authority negotiate with the shipping lines differently. On the cargo side, the major shipping lines use us. Basically, their cargo comes in, they come in with imported cargo, they take our fruits and vegetables out of South and Central America. What is their contribution in terms of, let's use the word taxes. If you go back to general consumption tax, they pay no consumption tax because their cargo movements are considered as export, which is zero tax. The question is, again, are we the region, and it's something that ACS and our nations need to look at, are we maximizing the benefit that we should from the service providers that make significant revenue from our region?
Señas de que ya se acabó el tiempo, pero aquí dice que quedan.
It seems that we have run out of time, but we have 4 minutes left. So I'm going to use 1 minute to say the following. In addition to what has been mentioned, international cooperation is key here. Panama has the largest and advanced port system of the region. And that's an area in which our country can make its contributions to create added value in other ports and countries of the region. And I want to take this opportunity to mention that it's not only maritime connectivity, but also air connectivity, which has been tackled here. Panama has the best connectivity in the region. we can work together in order to improve that connectivity based on our experiences. And a final remark here regarding the Panama Canal. The Panama Canal, as I mentioned in that meeting early this month in Port of Spain, it's the entry or exit gate to the Greater Caribbean. It is a valuable resource for all the people of the Greater Caribbean. And as such, the Colombian government is committed to maintain it open and operational for the Greater Caribbean and for the entire world under a system of neutrality that prevails and that gives equal and non-discriminatory treatment to all the vessels of the world. And that's an important message the Panamanian government would like to convey mainly in this forum, which is focused on improving connectivity and communication among the countries of the Greater Caribbean. Thank you very much. I want to thank the members of the panel, Carlos Guevara from Panama, William Brown from the Maritime Association of the Caribbean, and Mr. Hugo Blanco of UNDP in Trinidad and Tobago.
Have so many opportunities to work together, opportunities to find solutions, and to improve the lives of our citizens in the Greater Caribbean. So thank you so much. Please, a round of applause for our guests.
Muchas gracias al Dr. Felipe Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Felipe Ramos, and also to the members of the panel who have participated in this panel. Thank you for your interventions, and I also want to thank the audience. We would like to extend an invitation to participate in the coffee break, which is out of this room. We know that we do have a delay, so we want to thank the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs of Panama for reminding us that the time is good. It's just that we are running late with the agenda. So please, we'll reconvene in 5 minutes to continue with a couple of panels that we have with Secretary General Noemí Espinosa, who will talk about the strategic vision for the ACS and how the vision will advance the development objectives of the Greater Caribbean, and also Sandra Bermudez will participate in this panel. So enjoy your coffee break. And I would like also to greet all those who are part of our digital broadcasting. You are invited to participate and to leave your opinions in the chats of our different platforms. While we have the coffee break, we are going to have some interviews. So I would like to ask the broadcasting or streaming team to collaborate with a microphone. We are going to interview Mr. Hugo Blanco, representative of Trinidad and Tobago of UNDP, who will dive into those ideas that he has presented in this panel led by Mr. Felipe Ramos. So we invite you to use our hashtags in our social media of the ACS and of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia. So I would like to invite Mr. Hugo Blanco, representative of Trinidad and Tobago, to join me here. It's a pleasure to greet you. This is very informal, and we are going to dwell on the ideas that you have presented in this panel led by Mr. Felipe Ramos, which tackles transport, quite a challenge to all the Caribbean islands and also the Caribbean coast. let's talk about three main ideas, not only regarding what you have presented in your proposal in the panel, but also the reflections regarding the statements presented by the other members of the panel. Well, this is a joint overview. Now we are thinking individually, nationally, but we do have the joint vision. The greater Caribbean has to cooperate in a more intelligent manner. This is going to add to this. We are not going to compete. We need to have an action plan. We need to know which are the steps, and that's going to require certain decisions. We have perhaps to leave aside certain positions. Not everyone can be the champion of mobility, transport, technology, environment. So we need to focus on what we do better. And three, we have to attract investment, technical resources, subject matter experts from abroad, in order to link all these points in a moment in which the global context is quite complex. I mean, what's the added value for the greater Caribbean, which is our supply? And to have an interesting supply for investors, for civil society, for our citizens, and for the institutions working on this. Well, so just an idea regarding what you have shared with us. If we cannot all be the best in something, I would like to ask today, I mean, it's just to see who has been striving, who has been presenting proposals that specialize in the Caribbean needs, mainly when it comes to transport. Yeah, we can be the best in something, but not the best in everything. And allow me to repeat that. So we have to see which are your and my competitive advantages and have them at the disposal of the Caribbean. For example, Panama with the canal with its ports. That was just an example. For example, Trinidad and Tobago has an advantage when it comes to digitization. Not all the countries are going to have investment in data centers, high technology data centers. They are very expensive, and it is not necessary for every country to have one. So those are the dialogues we must have. Sometimes they are not that well accepted, and obviously we need to have the information to analyze that. For example, UNDP and other agencies can make their contributions to the countries and the regions. Well, that's wonderful. That's why we're having these interviews. You were saying that we do not need to be the best in everything. Now here, I want to link this to the second part of my first question. Which are the outstanding examples, in addition to those mentioned by Panama regarding connectivity and Trinidad and Tobago regarding digitization? Which countries are also showing significant progress in other areas, which will allow for the Caribbean states to bet on what we are betting today? Each country is betting on their priorities, tourism in Barbados. But tourism also has different strategies. It could be tourism for cruise lines or for people who stay there for a longer period of time. Each country has its discussions on how to diversify its economy and have to make of it a resilient one, an economy resilient to climate change, hurricanes, financial crisis, and that for a country to make a decision to increase the price of fuels, etc. So perhaps a ship is stranded in the Suez Canal. So how can our countries have strategies to prevent those shocks and for those shocks not to be transferred to our citizens? That is extremely important. Well, to wrap up this great conversation that shares the challenges that we have as a community and as association of Caribbean states. And it is said by a Caribbean person, I'm from you're from Trinidad and Tobago. Well, I've been for 10 years in the Caribbean. My children are Caribbean, so I feel Caribbean. The message is very clear, as it was said by the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Colombia. It's a changing world. It is an unstable world. Climate change, poverty, wars, migration. These are topics that cannot be faced by the countries individually. I mean, if in my small country I want to change what's happening and it's interconnected, so we have to sit down around the table. We need to have dialogues. I mean, you can be larger, you can be taller, you can be more handsome, but we are equal because I also have my advantages. We have to strengthen multilateralism where all the countries and the region as a whole must reach an agreement on the pathway to take collaborating, because if you close the doors, that's something that individuals do. But within this context, we need to connect as done by United Nations and by other bodies. And those are spaces that we need to strengthen.
So do you see the Caribbean Ocean as a great connector of this association? Thank you very much, Mr. Hugo Blanco, country representative of the PNUD in Trinidad and Tobago. Thank you very much. We now welcome the Ambassador, Permanent Representative of Mexico and Trinidad and Tobago, and President of the Special Commission for Risk Reduction of Disasters, Victor Hugo Morales, who is right here with us and who I kindly welcome as Caribbean brothers. Also, our friends from the Caribbean who are joining us via streaming in the 9th Forum of International Cooperation. We were talking with Hugo Blanco, and you were very much attentive to this first panel about transport. What initial reflections do you have on what was discussed and what could be the proposal, the framework of what could be contributed by Mexico to this construction? It is very important, it is very relevant to consider that initial message that was given to us by the Vice Minister. It is necessary to move forward from discourses, from diagnosis, into action in terms of cooperation. Because the most important and relevant thing is how do we sustainably develop the Great Caribbean, but particularly, how do we focus this development on people? I think this has to be the message of the Cooperation Conference. Not speak too much, but on the contrary, try to have cooperators that are willing to contribute to sustainable development in the Great Caribbean. How does Mexico see and understand the Great Caribbean, and which are right now the main bets in this sense? I also go back to what was mentioned by the Vice Minister of Colombia. Here we're all the Caribbean. And in Mexico, we also have a saying that says Mexico is also the Caribbean. We conceive ourselves as a Caribbean country. We're part of the Caribbean. And as a consequence, anything that might happen at the Caribbean is part of our own activities. So it impacts us positively, negatively, and it affects the negative actions of the last few years: hurricanes, intense rain, and even for ourselves, sometimes droughts. So this is part of the positive elements of Mexico, and we're Caribbean. And it's also true that it impacts Mexico negatively, and we must be part of the solution. And we have to say, how do we build a Caribbean that is resilient, that is developing, and that is sustainable, so that all of us together as a great Caribbean family can face this and build a better future for everyone. So in the afternoon session, there is a space for you on one of the panels. What will you be talking to us about? What will be your premise? It's a panel about risk reduction in the environment, and in that sense, we have to discuss what can the special committee do, which is part of the institutional structure of the Association of States in the Caribbean. So how from the institution, the states can commit to generate better practices and better projects, such as what we will be discussing today. But particularly how the other part that corresponds to resource mobilization can find motivation in this type of event. So the afternoon will be doing this precisely to sensibilize the international community about what is happening in terms of risks in the Caribbean, and as a consequence, how can we find this type of project, and to listen to the Vice Minister in Colombia to move into action, to leave the diagnosis aside and generate projects that benefit the greater Caribbean. That is what it is about. Very well. We were talking also with Victor Hugo Morales, Ambassador and Permanent Representative of Mexico in Trinidad and Tobago, and President of the Special Commission of Risk Reduction in the ACS, who will have a space of debate about how to turn the Caribbean into a common area that is more resilient. I thank you very much for your kindness. Of course, I invite you to our coffee break, and I'll see you in a few minutes. We will now invite Mr. Francisco Gutierrez. He's not available. He quoted what the Minister of Foreign Affairs mentioned in her remarks. She is the Minister of Foreign Affairs. And it is important that today in Colombia, Cartagena, it's 11:38, to remind you that the summit represents a historical time for our region, an inflection point towards a Caribbean that is more reflexive and connected to the future under the motto, Together Towards a More Sustainable Caribbean. The objective of building consensus and renewing the political commitment, and with a shared vision. Multilateral work as fundamental pillars to move forward towards sustainable development in the greater Caribbean. It also positions the region as an area of peace and a strategic actor in the global south, with the potential of leading innovative solutions in terms of global challenges such as climate change, social inequalities, economic fragmentation, and the lack of connectivity. I see the Director of Mechanisms of Regional Integration of the the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Mr. Francisco Gutierrez, who I now invite to this space of conversation so that we can connect with all those people from the Caribbean who are here with us in this wonderful event. This event began today, and it will continue until May 30th in our sister city, Monteria. Which are your impressions after this first panel, and of course, after the welcome words and the opening words of the Minister of Foreign Affairs? Welcome. Yes, what is important so far is to highlight that we are complying with the objective set in pro of facilitating this event, this dialogue event, amongst the representatives of the states of the Greater Caribbean. The fact of being the chair in this type of mechanism implies not just having the massive participation, which is what we have so far, but also that the dialogue spaces that are offered respond not just to the statutory commitments, but also to the thematic priorities that characterize a mechanism such as the ACS. And having said this, we must keep in mind that the message given by the minister is precisely betting on reflecting on understanding, first of all, the importance of multilateral work as a regional tool and a tool of all countries to be able to generate agreements, to identify problems, to identify challenges, but also to make their capacities available, their lessons learned, and their tools, so that collectively we can identify how we can go about those problems and challenges in a more efficient manner. So that is an initial reflection presented by our minister. The second thing is, how can we understand or revitalize this dialogue process? In this instance, to be able to identify and contribute initiatives in pro of cooperation, to be able to go about problems such as sargassum. This is very complex. The deterioration of the coastal region caused by the adverse events of climate change, and how do we also make it so that countries and populations in the Greater Caribbean can be more interconnected from the digital perspective. These are concrete and specific areas that, as the minister said, we need less actions and less words and more actions, more commitment, and a level of commitment to be able to generate these agreements. So that is the second reflection that was presented by our minister, to make sure that we can have this cooperation. And we need more actions and less words. And the third thing that she was mentioning has to do with how to make the ACS, because this organization has a general secretariat, it has its own institutional development. That is the technical branch that is supporting the work of the states, so that those conversations that occur can have a mechanism for follow-up and implementation as time goes by, and that those commitments are achieved. And the reflection was that the revitalization of these states as an international organization can actually respond to those interests and realities that the member states have according to the nature of their work. So that association has three large axes. The sustainable development and environmental protection. And the final thing has to do with cooperation and encouraging cooperation amongst all the member states. So revitalizing that association is also an urgent need, because we cannot just stay in ancient structures, but we need to renew them, considering what are the new challenges and precisely the political will, so that we can resolve this collectively. Also, like I said, based on the fact that each country is making all the others, making their lessons learned and capacities available for all the rest to be able to collectively face these challenges. And it is also worth it to mention the message given to us by the General Secretariat of the ACS, who also vindicated and is coherent with the fact that we need to renew and refresh and revitalize that Association of Caribbean States. And as General Secretariat, who took on her position several months ago, has also been understanding that the countries in the Caribbean basin have needs that we have to attend under different perspectives that are much more efficient or with a more efficient need. So that has also been the message of the Secretary. And in this event, we're listening to this type of message, this type of reflection, so that as the dialogue moves forward, we're able to identify those concrete action lines to be able to identify where we can, like I said, renew, reinforce, and reiterate those efforts to resolve and continue going about these problems together. This event is a chance for Colombia to hand over the chair to Panama. When will that be? That will be on May 30th. On May 30th, we have the big event, which is precisely the 10th summit of the heads of states of this association. And because of statutes, there has to be a prior step in which the minister has to hand over the chair in the Council of Ministers. But just the fact of the heads of states being able to be together on May 30th in Monteria also will help finalize the handing over of this chair to our colleagues in Panama, so that based on that, or starting from there, that country can continue that leadership process of integration, of shared vision and shared work between the countries of the Caribbean basin. Considering that Colombia is handing over the pro tempore chair, let's mention a couple of the bets that Colombia might say were achieved this year. This year, for example, we were able to promote, or within the framework of what our pro tempore chair was, we were able to promote the specific cooperation line that has to do with combating or facing the problem of sargassum. This problem is cross-cutting to the Caribbean basin, and it generates specific challenges because what it affects is the transit of vessels, of ships, of people. It makes it more difficult to, for example, do fishing of those people who are living in the coastal regions. So developing a structure based on cooperation that allows us to face this problem requires a high degree, not just of technical dialogue, but also looking for financial resources that can be put on the table to develop scientific research and that allow to look for cooperators that allow us to face that type of issue. So that was one of the exercises that we worked on, and we were able to find continuity in the process. And another result that is also very important to mention is that we were able to put in the minds of cooperators and great international partners what has to do with scientific research in the Caribbean. Through the Agency of International Cooperation in Korea, we were able to establish a research center that will be based here in Colombia, in the city of Santa Marta, so that it can carry out these research processes, for example, in salt desalinization, the acidity level, the rising of sea levels, and how we can face these issues in a more coordinated manner. So in technical terms, these are two results of what our chair term was as the ACS. And the challenge will be that we can continue giving continuity to this, not just from Panama, that will be the new chair, but also this progress that we have so far hopefully can continue. And the idea is to be able to work on what has already been achieved, which has been significant and very well recognized. That the word integration can become a reality. This is Francisco Gutierrez, Director of Mechanisms and Regional Integration from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Colombia. Thank you very much for your time and for your kind explanation. To all those who are here with us today via broadcast as well. We will now take a brief pause, but in just a few minutes we'll be back. We remind all those who are part of this physical space that in just a few minutes we will be back with 2 more panels.
Queremos agradecer la presencia.
We would like to thank you for being here, all guests, honorable delegations, panelists, moderators, for being here in this space. That will be back in a couple of minutes, presenting the strategic vision of the ACS. And afterwards, we will have a dialogue called Combining Efforts in the Greater Caribbean Towards Transformative Technical Cooperation. A space to discuss South-South and triangular cooperation. So we invite you to please, once again, take your seats to be able to continue with our agenda in a couple of minutes.
Muchas gracias por estar de
Thank you very much for being here in our event at the Convention Center of Cartagena. We would like to thank you for joining us here after this very delicious coffee break. And of course, everyone who are still connected online, you can also participate through the hashtags that we have in our social media, both in the Association of Caribbean States as well as the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Colombia. We would like to remind you that we are continuing with the 9th Conference of International. So we will continue handing over to the Association of the Caribbean, Noemi Sanin, General Secretariat. We will have a segment of construction of the strategic vision and its role in the promotion of objectives of development in the Greater Caribbean. Welcome, please. Thank you very much. We have a presentation. Very well. Thank you very much. Once again, Your Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished delegations, it is a pleasure to greet you once again. It is an honor for me to be presenting the progress of the first phase of strategic planning 2025-2035 of the Association of Caribbean States. This is a fundamental part of the mandate for revitalizing the association by adapting to the current challenges and the opportunities in the future. And we do this with the utmost respect to the agreement of the institution, which was agreed here in the site of Cartagena 30 years ago in 1994. And this is what defines us as body of consultation agreement between the states of the Caribbean. This process seeks to improve the organization structure to be able to strategically comply with its mandate and particularly the cooperation purposes that the region needs. "30 years after Cartagena, in 1994, like I said, where are we now? We are facing a more complex world, a region that is more vulnerable, that faces economic changes that impact the global governance that we cannot escape. 30 years later, after the creation of the ACS, the world is much more uncertain, interconnected, and unequal. Climate crisis, geopolitical tension, multilateral fragmentation, digital transformation, and the effects of the pandemic have really put our resilience to test. This strategic planning intends to respond to these challenges in a renewed manner because continuing with the tools from the past is not sustainable. Considering the context, the mandate of revitalization, and the strategic process that was approved, we begin a collective technical and political process. The progress achieved so far is just the first phase of the construction of strategic planning to 10 years, a process which is carried out rigorously in a participatory manner based on evidence. From the beginning, we set out to imagine and design an association that can build a sustainable future starting today, not just with ideas, but with data, knowledge, and structured data. Recommendations have been integrated that are derived from a strategic analysis of the regional and international context, an updated demographic analysis, and an analysis of substantive equality. These inputs guide us towards real priorities that are measurable, coherent with the challenges that we face. The high-level meeting called A Decade of Change, Building the Future Together, drafting the strategic vision of the ACS to strengthen the Greater Caribbean, was a key milestone in this phase. This unprecedented event gathered member states, some of which are present here, leaders and world-renowned leaders, experts in the UN system, international organizations, academic institutions from the region, and the General Secretary of the ACS in a dynamic forum for the exchange of ideas and strategic collaboration. During 5 days, we have 4 conferences, 3 thematic sessions, and 8 interactive debates, gathering 8 representatives of member states, the entire staff of the AACS, and more than 25 experts that represent the UN, international organizations for development, and universities. We finalized these 5 days with an internal workshop which, fed by debates and exchanges, gave us an exercise for forecasting scenarios. The debates highlighted the urgent need of strengthening what has been done, of taking advantage of the lessons learned, and having an impulse starting with the potential of the Greater Caribbean, both its strategic geographical position and the Caribbean as a door and port. What was already defined by the member states who promoted this process of revitalization is that the ACS must evolve to efficiently face the current and urgent challenges, covering everything from climate vulnerability and economic inequality, all the way to the increase of geopolitical tensions.
The vision and mission is a proposal to revitalize based on our agenda, that we have an institutional overview formulated with regional clarity and with transforming vocation. The vision shows the Caribbean as a dignifying area with empowered people and a regional voice capable of having a global incidence. And the mission proposes ACS as a dynamic platform and concerted action to serve the people of the Caribbean and also the sustainability of our territory. This one is anchored on the constitutional agreement, and it reflects the spirit. It was created with unity, solidarity, and shared purpose. This proposal has a complete architecture. Its foundations are the fundamentals of ACS that are still effective: consultation, concertation, and cooperation. These are the pillars that gave us our origin and our convenience today. As it has been pointed out by you member states, these fundamentals should be strengthened vis-a-vis a regional and global context totally different from that we had 30 years ago. Along these lines, this proposal is supported on shared basic principles, which are the foundation. We operated through our thematic, strategic, strengthened areas, and it is articulated at the regional and international level by means of our fundamental principles: consultation, cooperations, and concerted action. All this with the objective of walking with firmness through our shared vision, a fair, resilient Caribbean with its own voice. The work of ACS is regulated based on our agreement: 3 principles: consultation, cooperation, and concerted action. This is what guides our principles for the implementation in the territory. They are essential for cohesion, respond to crisis, and come up with concrete results. In this strategic planning, we have that its effectiveness is a condition in order to move forward with coherence. As I pointed out, our areas are strengthened. This proposal considers the 5 thematic areas defined by member states: preservation of the Caribbean Sea, trade, external economic relations, reduction of disaster risk, transport, connectivity, and sustainable tourism. They have been worked on based on analysis, on evidence, and they respond to the question: how can we strengthen these areas so they will become development engines and also resilience engines? We have here climate justice, digital sovereignty, sustainable blue economy, and the cultural integration as our inheritance. We are aiming at having a proposal based on dignity, human rights, unity of diversity and interculturality, solidarity, and shared responsibility, but differentiated self-determination, regional sovereignty, social justice, equality, sustainability, and climate resilience, transparency, and responsibility. This reflects the collective commitment of the region with integration, solidarity, cooperation at the disposal of the people of the Greater Caribbean, and the safeguard of our planet. These principles are the tools in order to land the aspirations of working always with the clarity that individuals should be the core of this. Nothing could be done without considering the importance of looking after the planet. Individuals and the planet should be the core of any regional action. Each decision should be based on a focus among generations based on human rights that would take into account dignity, autonomy, and the well-being of the population of the Greater Caribbean. Equality is not a goal, it is a precondition to attain a sustainable development, because no integration or cooperation process would be effective if it doesn't face the structural inequalities that affect the lives of millions of inhabitants in the region. To integrate key topics: migration, food security, climate change, and social cohesion as interdependent challenges that require integrated answers and focused on human dignity. To attain this, we are proposing comprehensive solutions, identifying key accelerators that will enable to move forward in an effective manner in each one of the thematic areas. It will be necessary to invest in institutional capacity to modernize regional articulation tools and promote an innovation accountability culture at the Secretariat as well as in its technical bodies. In order for this proposal to be translated into tangible results, we need for ACS to have the conditions to implement large-scale projects in order to attain a relevant impact for all of the member states. Allow me to stress that this is only the first phase of the strategic planning process. It's a process we have been working on. We have moved forward in the context analysis where we are now. We're going to continue analyzing the ways in which we operate internally. We have started with an analysis of strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. So we have to see how can we attain this. That's what's coming next. In order to reach the next level, we're going to use the theory of change as a methodological tool that will enable us to have the strategic plan 2025-2035. This approach enables us to align vision, interventions in a formal and coherent manner. It will allow to count on an institutional roadmap that will connect our mandate with specific changes for its implementation. It will enable to clearly define strategic priorities and to establish the necessary conditions as to attain a long-lasting impact. As I pointed out up front today, more than ever, we need an efficient and effective association that should satisfy the needs and aspirations of a sustainable and resilient Greater Caribbean for each and every one of us. Thank you for your attention, your commitment, and your trust. Thank you very much, Secretary General. Now we would like to invite Sandra Bermudez, who will be moderating the dialogue, adding effort or combining efforts in the Greater Caribbean towards a transformative technical cooperation format. It's South-South and triangular cooperation. Thank you. Once again, here on stage, I would like to invite the panelist, Nancy Ramirez, Director of International Cooperation of the Director of International Multilateral Relationships of Guatemala. Thank you, Nancy, for accepting this invitation. Joanna Williams, Senior Economist of Projects of the Planning Institute of Jamaica. Thank you very much for accepting our invitation to participate in this panel. Maria Eugenia Pino Franco, Director of International Relations and Conferences of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Panama. Thank you, Maria Eugenia. And Mr. Felipe Ramos, consultant of the Director of Cooperation and Resource Mobilization of ACS. Thank you very much, Felipe. And last but not least, our Acting Director of ACP Colombia, Mónica Barrios, APC Colombia. I want to thank each and every one of you for remaining in this room. We know that it's noontime. And for listening to this panel, joining efforts in the Greater Caribbean towards a transformative technical cooperation for APC of Colombia. As I previously mentioned, it was an honor to finance the workshop for project formulation, potentials and challenges of the South and triangular cooperation of the countries of the Greater Caribbean. It has been an honor, mainly because we want to share the different opportunities of this South and triangular cooperation. And these opportunities that usually were beyond the radar in a context that, as we know, the financial aids are dropping, and it seems that the trend indicates that this is going to continue dropping. So it is here where South and triangular cooperation that acknowledge the possibilities we have. We put on the table the knowledge we have, the best practices that we have developed, mainly to share them with our peers with whom we are working. For us, this is a priority to promote the 2030 agenda. Hence, it is significant to strengthen the capabilities of the actors that are members of territorial entities and of the cooperation of the Greater Caribbean, because at the end of the day, we are the ones facing these matters. And we are going to be the transformative agents of those transformative actions that, as mentioned by members of ACS, give rise to planning processes and also to implementation processes. In the interest of time, I'm going to start. Oh, there has been a change in the instructions, so I'm going to sit down. I would like to start just by asking some questions, guiding questions that will enable us to have a conversation around lessons, challenges, the proposals that are going to enable us, part of this cooperation ecosystem, to maximize the impact of those actions developed in our daily work in the region. So the first question I would like to ask Nancy Ramirez, Director of International Cooperation of the Director of International Multilateral Relationships of Guatemala. Which principle of the South-South cooperation will you stand out, and how do you think it could be applied to the cooperation initiatives that are being managed in your countries? So the idea is for the rest of the panelists to think about this question. I would like for Nancy to answer this question, but Joanna and Maria Eugenia Pino Franco are also part of strategic cooperation actions at the international levels in the countries that you are representing in this meeting. Good afternoon. First and foremost, I want to thank you for your question, Mrs. Bermudez, because it reminds me of the guiding principles of South cooperation, solidarity, non-conditionality, mutual benefits, horizontality, and also the sense of belonging and leadership. This last principle reflects a deep conviction that developing countries have the responsibility and also the sovereign decision of defining, leading, and assessing our own development strategies. Along these lines, to answer the question, the principle of belonging and leadership is an essential pillar in Guatemala regarding the way in which we manage cooperation. Our current structural challenges have taught us that sustainable development is only possible when these solutions respond to a demand approach focused on individuals based on data regarding the different gaps of economic, social, and environmental development, so that our needs, aspirations, and capabilities of each country start from this approach. That's why we prioritize technical and political alliances that will contribute to the adoption of national agendas, public policies, enabling us to learn from the experience of our peers under conditions of respect and reciprocity. We consider that this principle of belonging is part of our initiatives because it enables us to consolidate models that have not only been effective to us, but could be transferred without losing its essence into other countries with similar conditions. We are positive that these principles of South-South and triangular cooperation will work not only at the operational level, but actually it is the essence of what we are. Thank you very much, Director, for your question. Thank you. The same question for Joanna.
Thank you for the question, Madam Moderator. As one of the principles of South-South cooperation that I think Jamaica can apply to its development cooperation and is currently applying is the principle of knowledge sharing. We apply knowledge sharing through a number of ways, as Jamaica is seen as a pilot country in many instances. Through monitoring and evaluations, we find that when independent consultants conduct evaluations on past projects and programs, we are able to provide them with technical insights and share contextual insights on implementation experiences in these past projects and programs. And what this does, it allows us to better shape future initiatives. Another way in which we apply knowledge sharing is through our engagement with our IDPs on program development. When IDPs approach Jamaica with the purpose to support specific areas, we are strategically placed to advise them as to the gaps that we have identified through previous assessments and how we can target future initiatives. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Joanna.
Thank you very much, Joanna. And now the same question for Maria Eugenia Pino. Thank you, Madam Moderator. And also, Thank you for the excellent workshop of the formulation of South and Triangular Cooperation workshop of yesterday. We had the opportunity of sharing information with other colleagues from the region. There are different principles that guide South mutual benefit, singularity. These are the guiding principles of cooperation. Nevertheless, the one of belonging is one that we should not leave aside or underestimate, as it was mentioned by our colleague up front. This principle that refers to the fact that countries will guide cooperation. The countries are the ones that are identifying their needs. Moreover, if there is the possibility and an organization in the country to have a map in a systematic order as to identify which are the countries which have similarities that could be subject to offering cooperation. We need to take into account that cooperation is owned by each country. Each country should be the owner of its cooperation. It is also important to highlight the fact that some constraints, and I would like to mention this, in order for cooperation to be more effective, it requires to be expedited. The mechanisms are very rigid and long-lasting. We need a quicker, a more expedited, measurable cooperation, one that can be replicated. So that is our contribution. Thank you very much. Thank you, Maria Eugenia. Well, I want to take this opportunity to mention what our colleagues have said regarding the principles related to horizontality, solidarity, mutual benefit, leadership capabilities, national sense of belonging, which need to be moved based on the definition that could be made by the different countries based on the cooperation, international cooperation, supply and demand. And I would like to ask this question to Felipe. And this is a question related to which could be some of the strategies to coach the strengthening of the dual role of the countries of the Caribbean, considering the potential that we have nowadays to contribute as a supplier of international cooperation. Thank you. Yes, this is indeed a very interesting question because yesterday we were talking about the wide diversity in ACS member states with some countries that are small, developing islands, or others that are larger countries, Mexico, Colombia, with a larger territory and population. So this membership enables us to use this diversity as a great advantage. We have many things to offer by countries with more resources, but also smaller countries have many things to offer regarding strategic position, natural resources. So the cooperation relationship among this wide diversity of countries is exactly that. Each country, regardless of their resources, different budgets, that they could be contributed with based on the principle of solidarity, and that they will all get benefits from cooperation programs. Something else that is of utmost importance. I've been for a short period of time in ACS, but I've seen how important it is to approach the countries in order for projects to be developed. I want to just mention a case with the Friends of ACS. When we started analyzing the topics for the workshop, we started with diplomatic terms, but then we started having more contacts. We became friends. So with WhatsApp contacts, things move faster. Cooperation, even though it is important, but diplomatic communications are very important in order to formalize what we have decided, to maintain the level, to maintain a record of the discussions. But what's done specifically with the project is based on contact and friendship. So if you trust your friend from another country to just have a beer or a cup of coffee, that is when cooperation takes place. That's when the project is developed. So the importance of friendship and talking about solidarity as the foundation of all these processes, but actually it is the friendship among our countries, among our governments, among the individuals that make up the institution. So it's this friendship, the contact with much respect is really the foundation to materialize projects, because it is there where we share more data. We know what the other person wants. How can we offer aid, and what's the aid we can receive? So friendship plays a very important role here. Thank you very much, Felipe. Mónica. I want also to take this opportunity, Felipe's last intervention, because he speaks not only about those matters related to diversity and to approaches required by cooperation projects, formal approaches, but also those that are built through time to the extent that these relationships are strengthened because we share common cultures. And with that strength in mind, with that capacity, how do you think, Mónica, that South and triangular cooperation can contribute to the development of the greater Caribbean within a context that, as it was just mentioned, shows that official aid flows are being dropping in our territories? Thank you. Thank you, Sandra. We believe that South cooperation is not just a different way of cooperating. It's doing cooperation in a different way. That's why in Colombia we are promoting the bed of including the principles of South cooperation, which our colleagues just shared with us, the horizontal nature, the solidarity. How can we include these principles in every single agreement and negotiation we have regarding international cooperation? How that cooperation based on a vertical traditional system in which we had a partner with the answer and the financial resources to sort out a problem becomes a co-creation and collaboration exercise in which all the countries of the Global South have an agency. They have a voice. We are no longer seen as recipients of aid, but we become the agents of our own changes in order to solve development challenges that require funding resources, but also require knowledge, experience, and technology. We believe that South and triangular cooperation is a channel in order to become agents of our own development challenges. And this way we can consolidate shared decisions and projects with solutions that adapt or adjust to our specific context. At the agency, we have a specific example, which is that of a cooperation program with the countries of CARICOM plus Aruba and Curacao, which have specific outcomes, and we have been able to expand and diversify resources in terms of technical experience, in terms of funding. For example, Japan and Singapore, they have shared their resources and experience in sorting out topics such as disaster reduction. We had a regional experience to strengthen Paralympic sports. But we see each other as horizontal partners, and we believe that's an opportunity. South-South cooperation promotes regional cooperation and attains more sustainable and timely results for our challenges.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Monica. Before going on to the second round of questions, I would like for us to have a couple of takeaway messages from this first block. One is the role that is currently played and that can continue to be played by South-South and triangular cooperation in a context which shows the flow of resources, official aid for development that is decreasing. South-South cooperation as a form of cooperation that is different, that is appropriate for the countries in the global south, and how it places us as agents of change with the capacity of really guiding our own processes and our own projects, and especially to put ourselves in a scenario that involves the capacity to offer, not just demand, and to offer that capacity that we have within our countries, with our populations. So that is set in the framework of the principles that have been presented here. And I also wanted for us to remember a few of the challenges that have been presented here. And those challenges have to do with how, other than doing the planning exercises that we normally do, and other than the implementation of the strategies, we have challenges in terms of the measurement of what we're doing, which allow us to see how effective we are, and that allow us to see how much impact we're having with what we have, but also measurement that allows us to value that technical assistance or that technical capacity that Monica and each and every one of you have mentioned today. So with these topics on the table, I would like to proceed to the second round of questions, or second and final round, just so that we all know that we will be able to go for lunch. That's a promise. Just very brief. But I would like to ask Nancy and Joanna and Maria Eugenia once again, what potentials and strengths do you identify in your countries for improving technical cooperation and the exchange of good practices, which even has tools that have been designed, and as we saw yesterday in our workshop, they're put up on the stage to be used. I would like to start my intervention by saying that perhaps more than a decade ago, this issue for Guatemala was very much aspirational, that dual role, both for receiving technical assistance as well as for offering technical assistance. So in that sense, the first institutional effort was very much focused on being able to systematize those institutional experiences, which were identified based on the efficacy and sustainability that have been demonstrated in sectors that are key for Guatemala's development, mainly in dimensions, social, economical, and environmental scopes, So the Secretariat, together with other entities of the presidency, can begin this exercise that currently allows us to have a catalog of international cooperation that identifies around 30 good practices, best practices, in the different issues related to sustainable human development. And allow me to just very quickly list a few. I won't go into all 30, but I believe that there are some that can give us some ideas about the institutional capacities of Guatemala. The first one that I would like to mention is the institutional capacities in terms of nutrition and food security. Guatemala has a national information system of nutrition and food security. And what I would like to highlight in this national system is the participation of actors, both at a central level as well as at a local level, the participation of institutional entities, non-government entities, and private sector, to generate early warnings and be able to guide decision-making about malnutrition cases. This system has been recognized internationally, and we consider that it has a modular design that can easily be adapted to other contexts. I would also like to mention the institutional capacity in inclusive education. We have a program for opening up opportunities in the Ministry of Education, which is targeted to adults, young people, and children with disabilities. And scholarships and psychosocial support have been designed. In terms of forestry, governance, and environmental forestry, we have been able to consolidate institutional capacity about community management of protected areas, particularly in reserving the Maya biosphere. And this model has generated the strengthening of community cohesion, but also sustainable income, and it is a good practice that is broadly recognized in Latin America. And I would not like to end my intervention without mentioning one of the examples of the country that is warmly taking us in, or took us in September last year. The program for cooperation 2024-2026 was signed with Colombia, which is made up of 8 projects, 4 that have been identified by Colombia and 4 that have been identified by Guatemala, in such a way that this process that began as an aspiration more than a decade ago is now made concrete in the dual role for Guatemala as an offerer and recipient of technical cooperation. We're sharing our experiences and learnings in the production of potato seed and the agricultural root of cocoa, the focus or the application of the gender focus in risk management, with a focus of zero tolerance to harassment and sexual abuse, accountability in human action, and encouraging subnational cooperation. So in summary, the potentials of Guatemala to cooperate with other countries is supported with a combination of concrete experiences, installed capacity, but especially a firm political will of contributing from our own experiences to the development of the peoples that face common challenges. Thank you. Thank you, Nancy. Joanna, tell us about potentials and stress and strengths of Jamaica.
Excuse me. One of the strengths that Jamaica has in implementing its technical cooperation program is that we have a designated agency and a designated division that monitors our official development assistance. And in that division, which is the External Cooperation Management Division, we have oversight, as mentioned, of our official development assistance. And what that does is we ensure that our IDPs, when they are approaching the government of Jamaica, their programs are aligned to our National Development Plan, which is our Vision 2030, and also that they are aligned with the SDGs. Another thing that the government of Jamaica, specifically the External Cooperation Management Division, does is that we have annual and biannual portfolio reviews. And in these annual and biannual portfolio reviews, this brings the project managers and the program managers from the different IDPs to the table to share the experiences that they're having and challenges in implementing their programs. And in doing so, the government of Jamaica has now the opportunity, or is strategically placed, to identify the gaps, the challenges, and also to identify any foreseeable issues. And in that same forum, we're then able to provide solutions on spot and enable that any future initiatives or any programs that our IDPs come to Jamaica with, we're able to guide them through it.
Gracias, Joana y María Eugenia.
Thank you, Joanna and Maria Eugenia. Thank you very much. Panama offers several strengths, amongst the which I will mention just two. One has to do with the protection of our oceans. Panama very efficiently has protected its coasts by broadening protected marine areas of 30% to 54%, safeguarding ecosystems, habitats of deep waters, and migration routes of marine species. This progress reflects a country vision that is committed with the sustainability of oceans, and it has been possible thanks to the political will of our government in collaboration with civil society, the academia, and international entities. Our commitment with sustainability is also reflected in the transition towards a blue and green economy. We have promoted clean energies, we have protected our water basins, and developed the green route of the Panama Canal. A strategy which contributes to the reduction of greenhouse gases in the global maritime industry, and it promotes the responsible management of the operations of the Panama Canal and its basins. More recently so, and looking towards the future, we have been able to move forward in the definition of climate displacement through the Executive Decree 135 of 2021. This decree allows that there are mechanisms for relocation and risk management for people in Panama that have been displaced due to the increase or the rise of the sea level. This decree doesn't just recognize climate displacement, but it also establishes the scope of relocation, prioritizing risk management and dignity of people. It also establishes mechanisms of follow-up on human displacement due to climate events or future risks, which allows us to plan with updated information that is also adapted to the realities of the country. Additional to oceans, Panama also has the Regional Logistics Center that takes in inputs from other countries and carefully manages these resources to offer humanitarian assistance efficiently in cases of emergencies. That would be Panama's contribution. Thank you very much, Maria Eugenia. Felipe? Hearing our colleagues that have mentioned the potentials and strengths which are significant, we're talking about several issues related to information systems that allow us to make decisions, that allow us to generate early warnings for specific issues that don't just involve disaster risk management, but also topics related to nutrition, to the care for children and adolescents in our territories, to food security, and the catalogs and portfolios, the programs that have been mentioned by our colleagues. Which challenges do you believe persist in the effective implementation of South-South and Triangular cooperation programs? Thank you very much. I think that microphone is not working. Hello. Thank you very much for your question. It is very interesting because we have this in our analysis to perceive the challenges that we have and discover solutions for that. During my presentation, I spoke about the list of projects that we have in the ACS, and we have two big challenges. The first is one that we all know. We need to access the funds to go after that money to be able to execute the projects. That is a big challenge. That is why, amongst other reasons, why this event exists, so that we can create those relationships for future cooperation. But there is something else which is very important, which was discussed here, which is the fact that the countries that are part of the ACS need to feel part of the projects. And that it's not just about having the name of the country in the project, for them to be the possible beneficiaries. It's a matter of ownership to say that this project is mine. I'm interested in it. The ACS has listened to me. And it's here represented in this project, and it's representing a problem that, as representative of my country, I was able to discuss in a previous meeting, and the ACS heard me. But beyond that, we have the matter of building that project together. And that is a big challenge. Because one thing is to have a project. We heard the meeting of ministers, all the authorities that have spoken, and we get to the secretary, we know the priorities, we create the map, and we are now going to draft the project at the ACS. That might work. But it is much better when we come together and we say, let's take advantage of this opportunity of this international conference. I got contacts, I have the WhatsApp information, and now I can say, look, Panama, Colombia, let's have a meeting, not just to talk, but to draft. And we open up a Word document, you start making suggestions, and that is much better because it will be part of the process of constructing the project. It's a matter of that horizontal structure. It has to do with solidarity, all the principles that we have discussed here. And it is a matter of ownership. The countries will feel like this is their project. I will help so that the resources in my country and my state, I will make all the effort because we have had experiences of having a project, communicating amongst the countries, and not having a very good response. So events such as this are events for getting closer, like I mentioned, so that we can say, we're going to build this project together. And in fact, we will be able to look for funding for the priorities and the needs of the member states. So it is a great opportunity. Other than the conversations for possible cooperation and donors, we have the possibility of getting close to each and every one of us.
Of knowing each other. Entonces, es justamente eso.
So that is precisely the key point, which is one of the possibilities during this conference. That starting here and from the ACS, I am available to help all the member states. Please, if you need to contact me, we can work together. Thank you. Thank you very much, Felipe. Very well. So, using the concept of friendship, it's good that states can call you and that they can take advantage of the ACS. And finally, Monica, considering the potential, the strengths, but also the challenges that we face, and as a way to wrap up this wonderful space, how do you believe that in Colombia we can support the countries of the Greater Caribbean to identify and systematize all these best practices that are, amongst other things, those that have allowed us to, as Nancy mentioned a while back, stop having just an aspirational world to make it into something concrete. Not just aspire to offer cooperation, but to actually materialize it amongst the countries in the Caribbean. To wrap up this very interesting space, we would like to tell you that in Colombia we have a broad portfolio of 31 best practices in different lines that are of regional interest. And we believe that the systematization and documentation of our best practices is what allows us to move forward to making this dual role a reality. We believe that each and every one of the members of the Greater Caribbean can contribute to the development challenges from our own knowledge. And in Colombia, we see knowledge not just as scientific and disciplinary, which is important and is what is usually shared and is said as more important, but we're also making an effort to recognize the knowledge of the communities that comes from the ancestral knowledge of our rural communities, the Pacific, the Caribbean, indigenous peoples. And that knowledge also deserves to be systematized and made available for the exchanges amongst the countries of the Global South. That is why in APC Colombia, other than our portfolio that has 31 best practices in different topics, we would also like to make available and put it up for consideration of all the countries in the Greater Caribbean our methodology to be able to design a portfolio, because sometimes the challenge lies in systematizing and documenting those experiences. A country may have a best practice, but maybe perhaps they don't know how to start identifying it, and we want to contribute with our knowledge. APC has a portfolio that we also want to link it to an interactive topic other than the best practices. We have some pedagogical brochures that allow institutions and communities to come close in a very friendly way to the experiences. And also we have some audiovisual elements that facilitate replicating this, and this is one of the principles that we also want to always contain in our best practices. We have 6 criteria to identify best practices that we want to put up for consideration. 1 is the knowledge and experience. Sometimes the institutions say we have a best practice and we would like to include it in the portfolio. And we ask them, well, what has been the experience? How long has it been implemented for? We're just creating it. So a best practice really gives us results when there are some experiences and some paths and journeys that have been covered that demonstrate that these work before we share it to another country. Another point is the measurable and quantifiable results. A best practice must have specific targets and indicators. Not all experiences that we have and that actually work are best practices, and we would also like to leave this up for your consideration. Next, we have innovation. We believe it is important that a problem can be taken on in an innovative manner that is different, considering different voices. And that is also an interesting criteria for us. Sustainability. Saying how this good practice, how this best practice, this methodology, this way of going about this problem and the technology is sustainable throughout time, considering the real capacities that institutions and communities have. The focus on the demand side. That is very important for us because it is the key difference with the official aid to development, which comes more from a vertical structure, where we believe we have the structures or the solutions to the development challenges. Here, in a horizontal structure, we are the ones deciding what we need and how we can resolve it together. And finally, a best practice is sustainable only if it is aligned to the mid and long-term bets that the states have in consideration with the public policies and national development plans. To finalize, what we want to put up for consideration and make available from Colombia is the creation of a big learning community that can bring together all the potential that the Greater Caribbean states have, all their knowledge and experience to be able to knit and build together solutions to the challenges of development that we are facing. Monica, thank you very much. Well, This is now the end of our panel, and I would finally like to point out the following, which has been mentioned by our colleagues during this panel. Without a doubt, the process of systematizing and identification of best practices continues to be a challenge, but we must point out that right now, what is relevant is what we have and what has been systematized. But what we have heard today from Guatemala, what we heard from Nancy, from Joanna in Jamaica, and what we also hear from Maria Eugenia with the systematization of those specific topics that have been identified in Panama, as well as the presentations that the ACS has given us in the sense of strategic planning and prioritization, not just of programs, but also projects. It's sometimes difficult to prioritize. We have a significant accumulation of this to be able to share this. And without a doubt, if we continue moving forward on this process, what we have found in the framework of the National Cooperation System framework is that there are still things that we're demanding. But when we look at the list of best practices that are working in a certain way, very likely we could also use this to manage different situations that are now being requested to the official social aid, and maybe they could be served, as Monica mentioned, through South-South and triangular cooperation as an international cooperation tool for us. So we believe that this tool and the proposal that we have here from Colombia will most likely be very interesting for us to be able to make it into something concrete and material. All our willingness and our tools are available for the association of the countries of the Greater Caribbean to continue facing these challenges in regards to development that we still have and for closing those gaps that we insist on in the countries of the Greater Caribbean. Thank you very much. Now, the promise of lunch becomes a reality. You're all kindly welcome. Thank you very much. Nancy, Joanna, thank you very much for your participation. Felipe and Maria Eugenia, it was a pleasure to have you here with us.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now that we have ended this very productive dialogue that was called Combining Efforts in the Greater Caribbean Towards Transformative Technical Cooperation, an opportunity to talk about South-South and triangular cooperation, we now have time for us to enjoy a very good lunch, enjoying the breeze of the Caribbean. And we invite you to come back at 2 p.m. to continue with our agenda in the framework of the 9th International Cooperation Conference of the Association of Caribbean States in the framework of the Summit, Greater Caribbean Summit. We're also inviting everyone following us on social media and our streaming to join us again during the afternoon. Bon appetit.
A las 2, señor embajador. Sí, señor. ¿Me quería decir algo? Hola. Muy bien, sí, señora.
Sí, hola, hola. Sí, hola, hola.
Muy buenas tardes por su presencia en este espacio. Agradecemos. Esperamos que hayan disfrutado de este intervalo para el almuerzo. Son las
I hope you have enjoyed lunch. It's 2:25. And we would like to extend an invitation to be seated as soon as possible and to start at 2:30 with the second segment of this work agenda in the ninth conference of the Caribbean, the Association of Caribbean States.
Ok, claro que sí. Adeline. Ah, se fue. Adeline. Bienvenidas y bienvenidos nuevamente a este espacio.
Welcome once again to the Barahona room. We're going to start the afternoon session of this conference of international cooperation of ACS. We would like to invite our moderator, Elaine, in charge of the Director for Risk Reduction, Sustainable Tourism, and the environment of the Association of American States, who will be addressing us in French. So we would like to invite all the attendees who still do not have their receivers. You can get them now. Adeline, you have the floor. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Once again, good afternoon. As the protocol has been established, I want to start talking about disaster risk reduction. As you know, the Greater Caribbean, our region, is vulnerable to different types of risk, which are increasingly complex and transborder. Since 2021, when St. Vincent and the Grenadines were affected by a volcanic eruption and by dengue and COVID-19 pandemic. That's the new reality we must all face in the region. We are facing an important topic, which is early warning system. Are they really capable of handling multiple hazards? Are the current systems fragmented? They do not have that much interoperability and cannot be accessed by vulnerable populations. So there is an ambitious framework of early warning to be developed from now to 2027. The idea about this panel is to ask different questions. How can our early warning system can respond to the different threats? How to imply local communities in an active, sustainable, and long-lasting way? How to construct a regional interoperability that is effective, mainly within the context of budgetary restrictions and geopolitical issues, how to mobilize financing that will agree with the different threats. It is an honor to introduce the three subject matter experts. We also have a video presentation of a fourth expert. He is a person very dear to me because it's a pleasure to work with him as chair of the Committee of Risk Reduction in ACS, Victor Hugo Morales Melendez from Mexico. So let's welcome him. Now, well, I've met during lunch Ana Milena Prada Uribe from Colombia. She's representing the National Unit of Disaster Risk Management in Colombia. Welcome. Another person I really admire, in ACS chair of the Caribbean Sea Commission, representing the delegation of Cuba, Jesus de Ravel, Cuban expert in environmental topics in the Ministry of Science, Technology, and the Environment, SITMA. Welcome, Mr. Guerra. With no further ado, we're going to start with general questions perhaps the least technical one. According to World Bank, the average cost of natural disasters in the region is above $1 billion US dollars per year. Nevertheless, less than 2% of the national budgets are allocated to prevention, according to ECLAC. Who would like to make a comment? Which public policy and which financial indicators will enable to increase investment in early warning systems, even within a context of budgetary pressures? And secondly, how can you make sure that these investments are translated into concrete results for the population? Thank you very much. It's always complicated reconvening after lunch. I really want to thank each and every one of you for your presence here, mainly because this meeting is very significant because of many reasons. First and foremost, we can talk about transport, trade, and most likely we will be halting our development. When we talk about disaster risk reduction, we talk about our lives, the lives of the Caribbean population. When we talk about disaster risk reduction, we are talking about the wealth that we have built together, our infrastructure, the survival of our culture. So, in my opinion, this is a very relevant panel to consider what can ACS do for its 20 topic that is considered by our association. We need to strengthen the vision and the mission of ACS, and obviously how important risk or disaster risk reduction, how important it is. That's a very specific question, and that reminds me of an aspect which is very important from the technical standpoint. Our Secretary General mentioned that a couple of weeks ago there was a high-level meeting to analyze the vision for the next 10 years. One of the experts of UNDDR clearly mentioned that according to the studies, in the disasters of our region, only between 2 and 3% have been covered with insurances. And here we have a relevant budgetary issue. We have to promote a culture of prevention, and that prevention culture passes or goes through insurance. So if, as countries, we want to move forward in disaster risk reduction and effective responses whenever there is a disaster, and if we want to move forward in the reconstruction of our countries, it is necessary to strengthen in every one of our countries the insurance-related topic, and that's an invitation for the government, civil society, and without any doubt to our association, how to create that awareness in our governments so that through budgets we can promote insurances. And that's a first comment. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador. I will give you the floor later on because I have a question. Mexico has developed the risk culture mainly after the earthquake of 1985. You came up with a national civil protection system and a risk atlas. So you have the possibility of having a risk cartography and the program to strengthen the safety in schools and in hospitals. What are the lessons from that experience? And how can these results be adopted by other countries of the region? That's quite a relevant topic, and Mexico can make important contributions. First and foremost, nature has really given us important lessons. And as mentioned by our moderator, she talked about 1985. 40 years ago, we went through a very tough earthquake that really shook the awareness in Mexico, in addition to our earth. And we also had a hurricane that was it was a Gilbert hurricane. So we had two natural phenomena that enabled us to understand that we had to do something as a society, and that we could not do it in a non-integrated manner. It had to be something more comprehensive, and it implied a set of actions in terms of technology, in terms of legislation and international cooperation, and also when it comes to civil culture. After these tough lessons that resulted from nature, what have we done in the past 40 years, and what can be used by Caribbean countries? Here, they have mentioned not only the lessons learned, but also the best practices regarding what Mexico has done. Without any doubt, civil awareness is fundamental when it comes to risk reduction. And how through national campaigns we have to work on it. It is necessary to inform people, communities, and every single inhabitant about risk and how can we act whenever there is a disaster. Something else that Mexico has done in these 4 decades after the 1985 earthquake have been the drills. We have worked in a consistent manner with our society in order to create this awareness on how to act, and we have to do this with drills. Obviously, they are very costly, a social cost. It implies a cost in the budget, but we have to do it. So first, information campaigns, awareness campaigns, and also drills, in order for people to know what to do in advance. Something else, which is part of our panel this afternoon, are the early warning systems. This is necessary. We need to develop them with national efforts, with regional cooperation, with multinational cooperation. But it is a must. It is necessary that in each one of our countries we will put in place infrastructure systems in early warning systems. So what we have done recently in Mexico, and we have made some progress when it comes to these warning systems. April this year, we have the broadcast cell. And with this, we want to move on. We want to be in an avant-garde position in Latin America. We want to be pioneers. And with this technology, we can access the whole population through the use of their cell phones. And this has given rise to a significant reduction in the number of victims. It's not that we have had a halt in natural disasters in Mexico. Actually, what we have done is that we are doing things much better, and this enables us to reduce the number of victims. Something else that we have done, which is also quite important, is to have a better legislation, better rules, to have a better legislation in the area of risk. If we are going to build something, we need to have clear construction standards, and also clear standards on the use of materials, and also how much can they withstand an earthquake or floods. So we need to have the right legislation. We have to create that awareness among legislators, and that risk reduction requires counting on good rules and standards. Another aspect that we have developed during these last 4 decades are significant trusts. We need to anticipate resources for that. And I go back to the previous question. We need to have a budget. And this can be done through having trust for that. This way we can have immediate resources and not that during the disaster we will be battling with bureaucracy. So we need to have the funds for risk reduction. Something else that was mentioned by our moderator, and it's a national risk atlas. That can be done by any country, and it should be done to identify the vulnerable areas of their territory. Where do you have the highest incidence of areas subject to natural disasters like volcano eruptions, droughts, floods? A national atlas on risk is fundamental, and that's something that each country and the region should have. And in the interest of time, I'm going to present the last one. We have to really trust international cooperation. That is also a must. You have to create that trust, not only in the countries. In Mexico, we have received cooperation for this type of risk from international agencies. We have here our general director. We have had cooperation from Japan, Korea. That's a need. And how do you get that with trust, with results? And not only the country should do it, but also international bodies, as is the case of our ACS. You have to create that trust in order for people to attend this type of meeting. So they'll listen to us and we would listen to them. And as Felipe said this morning, how to become friends with them, with the people attending this meeting. And this is done through friendship, through trust. And we have to trust those that can help us with the funding. So those are the best practices that we have put in place in Mexico during the last 4 decades. We can make good contributions. We can be of great help. We have the general director of the Mexican Association of International Cooperation, always willing to have dialogues with our Caribbean friends and to continue with their dialogue. Now I would like to give the floor to Madame Olivier. Can you share your experience in Colombia? And also to Mr. Guerra, the same question. I believe that one of the lessons from the Colombian experience that we owe to the Mexican experience is the creation of this national risk atlas. And as country, one of the main challenges we have is something that was mentioned by the Mexican delegate. It's the understanding of vulnerability. In Colombia, we have gone a long way in the understanding of the different threats. And it is very interesting to talk about early warning systems because this week we start with the cyclones in the Caribbean. That's one of the phenomena that invites us to cooperate. We have made a lot of progress in understanding these phenomena. But the main challenge that we have, and we have learned from Mexico, is to think about the challenges we have as a region, as a country, to be able to map vulnerability. And we have instruments of the National Development Plan, and is the progress in the multi-purpose register, basic cartography. Because of this, the country can move on in a quick and significant manner, understanding vulnerabilities. So that's a joint learning process that we have had in Colombia. As to early warning systems, I think that one of the challenges that we have had is to be able to count on data governance. That's an important challenge, is to have our own sovereignty over our technology infrastructure. That is something that we have been strengthening with public research institutes such as IDEAM, DIMAR, which is our maritime authority, which have enabled us to strengthen ourselves as a country from the monitoring standpoint. Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your interventions. Thank you for the question. And thank you for organizing this panel. And now, along the lines of what has been said by the previous speakers talking about the national experience, first and foremost, the age of the Cuban civil system is quite long. It is a system that started in the 60s when the island was struck by a hurricane. It was the famous Flora hurricane, which gave rise to this system that was divided into two fundamental lines. The first one, to educate the population as a fundamental activity, and the second one, to create an infrastructure network in order to accumulate all that water from rainfall. If you do not collect the water, it invades and destroys everything. And this gave rise to a very intense hydro programs, which are dams and micro dams that are currently working. The system evolved with time, and it was quite a leap because Cuba suffers from hurricanes every year, and every year we learned lessons from this process. But as of the 2000s, we included the main elements that are part of the current work methodology. One, which is part of what has been said here, we need to focus actions on prevention. I mean, it's just like a say, but no. In many cases, prevention is considered as wasted expenses, but actually it is an investment. When you invest in prevention, you are saving resources. When you have the disaster event, you avoid the loss of human lives. As to prevention, the thought the government had was first to involve a large amount of scientific centers under Directive 1, which is something that exists in Cuba. And with the involvement of scientific centers, we came up with a methodology of threats, danger. You typify the risk, vulnerability, and you map it accordingly. So this went or resulted in a literacy program. And something else that I also want to mention is that an effective solution, an effective preparedness is in the strengths of the area. If at the national level you want to properly regulate, to come up with financial products that can finance that, but the more preparedness in the different areas, less damage they're going to have. I just want to mention a couple of things. Many people devote a lot of time to the risk resulting from hurricanes. However, meteorologists are always warning us about severe local storms that are like silent enemies and tornadoes, that throughout the year they cause more damage than a hurricane itself. And that really strikes the different areas because they are not prepared for that. And something else that I want to mention around segmentation for risk prevention, and that is that as part of the risk mentioned by the moderator, we have natural disaster, biological and technological risk. Experiences have taught that we have to approach this in a separate manner, different centers, different methodologies, different resources, and even different international bodies, but they must all move forward in a simultaneous manner, in a uniform manner, because at the end of the day, the different countries have different levels of industrial development of the oil industry, of the chemical industry. So you have many hazardous substances in the Caribbean Sea and in all the countries that are members of the association, and that's a very important component for risk prevention.
Merci beaucoup.
We can now summarize the different points we already covered. We cannot develop a risk culture without having been traumatized in some way. So based on that traumatic experience, tools are developed to be able to face the risks in the future. Political will that we discuss frequently, is it a top-to-bottom process, or is it a process from the basis that politicians applied to be able to implement resilience systems? This is a question that we have to analyze deeper. In terms of financing processes and funders from the United Nations, we have a guest, Mrs. Garcia, who has shared a video with us because she was not able to attend the event. Could the technicians please help us showing this video? Su Excelencia Natalie Campbell Rodríguez, alta comisionada para Jamaica, Trinidad y Tobago y representante permanente ante la ACS, distinguidos representantes de Colombia, presidente del Consejo Ministerial, la señora Paulina Alejandra del Moralela, y representantes de las diferentes agencias de cooperación. Señoras y señores, colegas y amigos, es un placer y un honor estar aquí con ustedes en esta sesión tan importante de la 9ª Conferencia Internacional de Cooperación de la AS. El tema, amplificando el impacto a través de la acción colectiva, es muy oportuno y muy relevante con respecto al tema de hoy en día, de avanzar en los sistemas de prevención de desastres en el Gran Caribe. Con respecto a la reducción de riesgos, lo vemos no solamente como una solución técnica, sino como un derecho humano y un imperativo humanitario. La habilidad de recibir
to prepare for and respond to hazards can mean the difference between life and death, between resilience and devastation. The Greater Caribbean region is one of the world's most disaster-prone regions. The region faces a complex web of hazards, and the impacts of climate change are further compounding existing vulnerabilities, particularly in small island developing states, in coastal urban centers, and rural or indigenous communities. Despite institutional frameworks and regional coordination mechanisms such as CIDIMA, CIMH, CEPREDENAC, and CRRH, coverage of multi-hazard early warning systems remains partial, fragmented, and unevenly distributed. The 2024 UNDRR Regional Assessment Report for the Americas and the Caribbean, the RAR, finds that less than half of the populations in some Caribbean countries is fully covered by effective early warning systems. Disparities in risk information, particularly disaggregated by gender, age, disability, and income, hinder inclusive planning.
We also found that technological and financial gaps persist, especially in hazard monitoring, in data sharing, and outreach to vulnerable communities. Moreover, governance structures remain siloed, and coordination across sectors, especially between meteorological services, civil protection, health, and education, is often weak or inconsistent. These are not just gaps in systems, there are gaps in protection, there are gaps in ensuring people's rights and in leveraging investments, partnerships, governance, and opportunities. Evidence shows that countries without comprehensive early warning systems face disaster-related mortality rates nearly 6 times higher than those with robust systems. Conversely, well-functioning multi-hazard early warning systems deliver more than a tenfold return on investment, reducing losses, enabling faster recovery, and strengthening public trust. But to be effective, these systems must address all 4 interconnected pillars. Number 1, risk knowledge. Number 2, hazard monitoring, analysis, and forecasting. The third pillar is warning dissemination and communication. And last but not least, preparedness and response capabilities. All of these must be anchored in strong, inclusive governance and rooted in the specific needs and realities of our communities. Recognizing the urgency, the UN Secretary General launched in 2022 the Early Warnings for All initiative, with the ambitious goal that everyone on Earth should be protected by early warning systems. This initiative is being jointly led by the UNDRR and the World Meteorological Organization, with the support from key agencies including the International Telecommunications Union and the International Federation of the Red Cross, among others. It takes a systems-wide approach across its 4 pillars, as well as its inter-pillar non-governance, while simultaneously mobilizing action, partnerships, and financing. The Caribbean is playing a leading role in the implementation of this initiative. Several ACS member states, including Antigua and Barbuda, Barbados, Belize, Guatemala, Guyana, and Haiti, have or are in the process of completing the national stakeholder mapping, identifying the gaps in the early warning systems, and developing their own nationally defined roadmaps for the implementation of this initiative. Other countries, such as Colombia, Costa Rica, Cuba, the Dominican Republic, El Salvador, Mexico, Panama, and St. Kitts and Nevis, are actively engaging with early warning for all tools and methodologies to strengthen the national systems. Support is growing, with financing now coming through sources such as the CRUISE, the Green Climate Fund, and the Systematic Observation Financing Facility, or the SOF, while other donors are also stepping up to facilitate closing some of these gaps. To accelerate progress, we must continue to pursue a multifaceted strategy that can, among other things, help us to leverage digital technologies, such as for the use of cell broadcasting and other tools, to enhance and take advantage of South-South and triangular cooperation, which has long been a strength in this region, enabling countries to share tools, lessons, and innovations, and to empower local communities as co-creators of multi-hazard early warning systems, not just as end users, but as key informants and bearers of knowledge and solutions. And this also includes integrating indigenous and local knowledge, which adds invaluable depth and context to scientific data. Very importantly, we need to bolster public-private partnerships through initiatives such as the ARISE networks and others as key partners with a vested interest in protecting businesses and avoiding interruptions in production and service provision. There are many other important aspects and opportunities to mention, but I don't want to close without stressing the importance of fostering innovative financing solutions. Some examples include budget tagging public expenditures or mobilizing government accounts or remittances. Ladies and gentlemen, as you see, early warning systems are not just about sensors, satellites, or sirens. They are primarily about people and the right to safety, their ability to make informed decisions, and their role in building a more resilient future. We are making meaningful progress, but we must move faster together. Strengthening resilience through early warning requires coordinated action, sustained investments, and bold leadership across all sectors and levels. Before closing, I'd like to remind everyone that the Global Platform for Disaster Risk Reduction 2025 will be held in a hybrid format from June the 2nd to the 6th, where multi-hazard early warning systems will be featured prominently. Thank you for your attention, and I wish you all a productive and inspiring continuation of the conference.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Ernest Garcia.
Thank you very much, Mr. Garcia. So I need the participation from the audience. Who knows about an early warning system in your countries? Please raise your hands. Who knows about an early warning system in your countries? Please raise your hands. I see 3 hands. Okay, a tenth of the hands are up. We still have a lot of work to do. Thank you for your participation. At a global level, efforts are national, efforts are international as well. And another branch is regional synergy. One question is the interoperability between national and regional systems when facing disasters and catastrophes that know no borders. So by definition, there's a lack of articulation in terms of national initiatives. They have their cost, and it leads them to being initiatives. So which are the concrete stages that we need to implement to be able to establish a regional mechanism for information exchange and for a coordinated response? There are 9 minutes and 30 seconds left for answering those questions. Thank you very much. And I think that this is a very pertinent question. And first, I would like to go back to what was said this morning about the Greater Caribbean. It is a very diverse region. And one of the obstacles that we have is precisely how to overcome our communication, because we coexist in this region with many different languages. So this is one of the first obstacles that we have to work with. Second, the geography that we have. We don't just have continental countries. There are islands that have a relatively good size, but we also have smaller islands, and this generates a geographical difficulty in terms of how to find a better interconnection. And also the lack of real connectivity, the lack of transportation, which was also mentioned, is a great difficulty. The huge costs of going from one island to the next are, without a doubt, very complicated. And the lack of budget for this type of matter, which should not be seen, as my Cuban colleague said, as an expense, but as an investment. And we also have to have awareness about, or from our governments and our society, in which acting on this and investing on this is fundamental. So we don't all have, or we don't all share that idea. And we need to do it as countries, as societies. We have to invest. So that is also a challenge of awareness, of knowledge, where it is fundamental to contribute with resources, because that is not an expense. It is an investment in our present and our future. Felipe also mentioned this morning that the Special Committee for Risk Reduction has several projects in its pipeline. Not only this one for early warning, which is very relevant, and I understand we have to promote, and I am very happy that Felipe has the vision of trying to have $10 million for promoting the installation of 150 towers in the entire Greater Caribbean region, which will be insufficient. It is ambitious, but they will be insufficient because of what I'm saying, because of the geographical aspects of the Greater Caribbean. So we have to be even much more ambitious. But I was going to answer the question. There is a project in the committee, which is the project called Geospatial Information System for Prevention. And that is exactly it. How to generate a geospatial system of information to go beyond these obstacles, to overcome this deficit of interconnection, of generating better data for the entire region, and that we can share it, not just share it, but also share them in real time and share them in such a way that they can be useful for the prevention and, of course, for the reconstruction. So there is also this other project in the committee that is ready and that we are looking for what we intend to do in this type of event, how to promote the sensitivity of donors. And donors might be traditional, but we've mentioned a lot in the previous session. We've mentioned South-South cooperation, and in that sense, I would like to highlight the presence of the CAF, the Bank for Latin America and the Caribbean for Development, which becomes a new donor of our association, and that is fundamental. Welcome to this process, and this couple of projects are ready to get these funds, and without a doubt, it will be fundamental and very relevant. We also have a few $1 million for the geospatial information system, but not just the CAF that would be making South-South cooperation a reality, but also looking for another type of donors. We have our friends in the Cooperation Council at the Gulf. We have colleagues from Japan, from Korea, and we must generate this because if there is any use in the cooperation, conference cooperator is to bring in donors to generate trust that they create in the association, that there are good practices and that they can give you good results. I think that this is a very important question. I go back to the panel about transportation, where we were asked a question, well, how many languages are spoken in the Great Caribbean? But also, how many languages, data languages, do we use? And that, just like our colleague is mentioning, well, for me, that is the most or the deepest technical challenge that we have in terms of interoperability, which is finding a common language for data exchange that transcends and that allows us to interoperate by recognizing the different languages that are spoken in the Greater Caribbean. But additionally, I really loved the presentation given by our UNDRR colleague about the 4 pillars that make up the early warning system, and I won't stop in each one of them because clearly they each have an interoperability challenge, but I'll stop in the first one, which is generation of data. And I believe that the common language and the quality of the data are one of the biggest challenges that we face to be able to improve and go deeper into our interoperability when we talk about the Greater Caribbean. But if we talk about the last 2 pillars, which I find very interesting in terms of the communication and how do we communicate that warning system, it's also very important to have a common language. We face several challenges when we talk about tsunami alerts and we translate from English to Spanish, and that generates a very big challenge and very interesting conversation between the scientists and technicians of how we should be translating from English to Spanish, if it's a warning, alert. And it's a big challenge in terms of how we communicate with our communities about the level of the alert so that communities do not just understand it, but also take it in as their own. And that they can also know at a regional level how we can act as a community when facing this alert. And when we talk about the preparation for the response, and you talk about what you had mentioned, well, events do not have borders, and these protocols of response to emergencies, well, it's necessary to have joint protocols for these type of emergencies that allow us to understand the capacities and the existing resources in the different countries that make up the Great Caribbean, so that when we get to that joint effort, we can understand how to coordinate better. And I believe that this is one of the other challenges when we talk about early warning systems from a broader point of view. So let's see what I can say in 1 minute and 38 seconds. There is a value that we sometimes forget in the ACS, which is that it is the only regional institution that is common to several small sub-regional entities. And given the nature of what we are discussing, which is natural disasters, it's natural disasters that have an effect on ecosystems that are connected. Therefore, from our point of view, I would say that the most logic intervention, operationally speaking, can be done from the ACS because it involves all those who are affected in that ecosystem. That's number one. There is a word that the General Secretary used this morning, I think, when discussing principles, and it's alliances. Why? Because just like what happens with many ACS topics, we come close to these topics with different organisms in the regions. That is the case with sargassum, with climate change, and also with disasters. During lunch, I was saying that for many years we have been discussing in Region 4 of the OMM the need to establish a harmonized surveillance of the meteorological systems. And what is this about? It's about having from when the hurricane comes in Hurricane Avenue until when it gets all the way to Dominican Republic, Cuba, on its way to those who are above us geographically speaking. So that is something that the region is lacking. The meteorological services do not have a harmonized relationship in terms of indicators. There is no uniformity in the technological systems, radars, etc. So the origin of all this early warning system is basically our main weakness. So what do we have to depend on? The airplane that flies over or other types of experiences or the exchange of information that sometimes does not occur in real time. And sometimes it occurs with a lot of difficulty. And that is what sets the level of difficulty. What I'm trying to say is that there's a lot of work to do. But if we do it from the point of view of integration of the different organisms, CEDEMA, the OMM, the ACS, and any of those that have something to do with this issue, we can establish unified actions that at the end will have an effect on the main beneficiary, which are the populations of our countries. Thank you. Well, I see here on the screen that time is up for this session. I would like to very quickly summarize the points that were mentioned. Number one, first, we must generate and create and add data that are produced by and for the Caribbean population at a technical level for alerts, but also in terms of a language that is more appropriate for the greater audience. We have to establish chains of command at an emergency level. The third point, we need investment in the infrastructure and more innovative tools that are in agreement with South-South cooperation. Another point is that we need to develop alliances and, of course, eliminating overlapping and conflict of actions and look for convergence of common actions. Thank you very much. Hello? Can you hear me? Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you very much to our panelists for this space of reflection about the challenges, the risks that our dear Caribbean region faces. We would like to greet those of us joining us online, and we invite you to use the hashtag that we have in our social media of the ACS and also in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia. We are now in the 9th International Cooperation Conference in the framework of the Great Caribbean Summit 2025, which represents a historical moment for the region, an inflection point towards a more resilient Caribbean. At this point of the agenda, we hand it over to Natalie Campbell Rodriguez, President of the Special Committee for Cooperation and Resource Mobilization, who will be the moderator of a discussion about building partnerships for progress, insights from donors on advancing sustainable development in the Greater Caribbean. Welcome. The floor is all yours.
I took off the translation, but I'm sure it was good, right? Thank you so much. If you notice, we have more chairs because we're talking about donors and how best can we get some money into the ACS. So let me just take this opportunity to invite to the stage. I'm calling it a stage. I don't know what you call it. Her Excellency, Maria Cristina Perez Gutierrez, who is also my neighbor in Trinidad and Tobago, by the way. Please. Mrs. Amelia del Pilar Prado Hurtado. She's the Director of Cooperation, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia. Mr. Francisco Javier Gutierrez, Director of Consultation and Regional Integration Mechanisms, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia. And we have a repeat appearance now from Mr. Hugo Blanco, Country Representative, UNDP, and Ms. Janice Edmondson, Senior Project Economist, Planning Institute of Jamaica, and Mr. Andres Ceballos, I hope I got the pronunciation even close to right, Advisor for Innovative Mechanisms, Presidential Agency for International Cooperation of Colombia. And I guess he's not here, but we are going to proceed nonetheless. I'm not sure which side I'm supposed to take the mic from, so I'm just going to pretend that it's this side. So bear with me. Since she's my neighbor, she can tell me if we have to share the mic. But thank you all so much for coming to this session, and it's about donor engagements. And if you look in your program, it talks about understanding expectations. As I said in my speech earlier today, the DCRM of the ACS focused this year on how it is that we can make the systems better versus focusing on seeking funds. And however, in the new phase, I expect that seeking funds will be what it is. So I'm going to ask each panelist to just speak for 5 minutes or less, not 5 minutes or more, but 5 minutes or less. And then we're going to get some questions from you in the audience if there's anything else that you want to know or to understand. And to get us going, we're going to go with Mr. Blanco from UNDP. Even, I am told, the UNDP is not a donor agency. However, it has an understanding as to how it is that donors want us to operate, especially within the current global context. So, Mr. Blanco, take the field away.
Thank you. Yes, UN and UNDP is a partner, right? So it's a relationship not based on funding, but other what we feel is value. A lot is changing in our world, in español, ¿sí? El mundo está cambiando muy rápido.
The world is changing very fast, mainly development aid. development aid is significantly changing in a very expedited and thorough manner. There is less money for development. Solidarity is transforming into other things. The countries have national priorities, so they're saying, I have to focus the little resources I have in defense, in incentives for companies, and in sorting out internal conflicts. So the money there is quite different. The idea is that development aid is increasingly linked to political needs and geopolitical priorities. And obviously, this has an impact on how we manage aid. It is related to companies, to the goods and services of donor countries. That was not that evident in the past, but we are increasingly seeing that. Multilateral spaces where everybody's the same, where each country is a vote, are having less weight. They've been replaced by bilateral discussions where you and I start having a discussion on what happens without taking into account the impact it has on others. This bilateral discussion between you and I are like are equal, and we care less about the rest. So it's me and you, and I'm stronger, you're weaker, so the discussion is different. United Nations and other multilateral agencies, with all their defects, have played a very important role in entering into global agreements, which have included the most vulnerable. But this has gone through certain deterioration because they see that as an investment that should have certain profitability for my country as a donor. So there is an ongoing discussion on the international financial mechanism, which needs to change, and it is changing. For example, in Barbados, with the Bridgetown Initiative, because the Greater Caribbean, most of the countries are of mid high revenue, so the access to funds is very difficult and very expensive. That depends on the medium income. So in UN, we are trying to measure vulnerability in a multidimensional manner. Of vulnerability regarding crisis, climate change, and other criteria that are not only related to money. What can we do as the Greater Caribbean as a country? First, to participate in international fora where there are many opportunities to discuss this. One country, one vote. Next month in Sevilla, we're going to have the most important UN meeting of the decade on development financing. It's an invitation to all the countries to participate because that is the opportunity where you can change things. To, as a country, to speak with partners. I mean, it's a relationship based on trust and to understand interest in a very realistic manner. And at last, within a context where there's a lot of demand and very little supply, we, the partners, have to become attractive. You want to work with me because I'm better, because I have a great value for investment, because I have expertise. That relationship of my added value within this framework is fundamental, and that's the reflection in the UN of how are we going to kind of rejuvenate or become younger now that we're going to have our 80th anniversary.
There's a lot of
Yes,
panelists.
thank you. I was just going to make the buzzer sound. Zzz. So thank you so much for that. I'm going to move on before I make any comments to the Ambassador of Spain to Trinidad and Tobago, who we're sharing mics. Can you please take it on from here?
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, Natalie. Muchísimas gracias, Hugo, por
Thank you very much, Natalie. Thank you, Hugo, for presenting this topic. You're asking, what am I doing here? I'm not a Caribbean country. And we have a special link with the Caribbean, a historical, a cultural, economic, and actually we are an observant state since 1986, since the organization started. But we are here because we want to invite the Greater Caribbean to have a very high profile in an international conference that we're going to be hosting in Spain. Hugo has talked about the conference of Sevilla, Spain. It is a UN conference that we are hosting, and it's the 4th international conference. And it is a process that has existed for 20 years. All the big corporation conferences go hand in hand with a finance conference. So it represents a change of paradigm resulted by the approval of the Agenda 2030 that, as you know, since 2015 have given mankind a roadmap. This financial conference of the ACB, unlike the one that took place in Monterrey, which was the conference, which goal was to guarantee financing of the Millennium Sustainable Development Goals. Then we had the Doha Conference to see the evolution of all the agreements of Monterrey. Well, the Addis Ababa Conference took place before the summit and before having approved the 2030 agenda. What's happening now? We are almost in the end of this 2030 agenda and all the data, international meetings, which have taken place in the United Nations and in other fora, show the possibility of complying with the 2030 agenda. Hence, it is so important that this conference in Sevilla, we want to count on international participation in order to have a transparent, open, constructive debate on the means to implement the 2030 agenda. I would like to ask all the countries of the Greater Caribbean that are not only the small development island states, but all that large area of the Greater Caribbean in order for you to have a strong voice in that conference. Many of the topics we're going to debate on now in that conference are flagships that have been shown by the Caribbean for a long time. Hugo mentioned the important Bridgetown Initiative, which is an initiative that is it's been improved every year, and we're going to talk about the role of OED. We are still having the obligation of complying with the international goals which have been adopted by us. And besides OAD, there are other impacts on the 2030 agenda. We have very important topics, as is a mobilization of local resources, also how the debt is tackled, innovative financing mechanisms. Among others, we have the management of special draft rights. We're going to talk about the reform of the new international financial structure. It is a relevant meeting for all of us to speak about new development cooperation, because the Agenda 2030 has gone beyond the past development agenda. We're going to talk about development with 3 areas: economic, social, and environmental development. In other words, in the 21st century, no country should have doubts regarding what am I going to deal with first: economic, finance, environmental finance, social finance, because we're talking of 3 branches of the same tree per se. Hence, in this conference, we're going to speak about all of these topics. Why do we need a very active Greater Caribbean? You need to participate. The more countries participating, the better it is, and at the highest possible level, because that shows the political commitment of our countries in order to move forward and to cover the last mile, which is the toughest one to carry out. And you need to have ownership of this agenda, that international agenda. Hence, we need the voice of the Caribbean regarding everything you've presented in different international fora. So my participation here is to invite you So you can know that 193 member states of UN are participating. We have many international organizations confirmed. The important thing is that many international financial institutions will participate. The ambassador of Mexico mentioned the CAF, that's one of the financial institutions participating in this event, and also the private sector, the academic sector, civil society, I mean, universities, union, etc., because the 2030 agenda has has a responsibility of a shared agenda. So you are invited to this conference, and let us make of this meeting a success in order to work in the financing of development and to showcase that multilateralism is the key to move forward. Thank you very much.
All right, so far we have heard from UNDP where they're saying to us the world has changed a little bit. And as such, less money is now available. How do we adjust the way that we approach getting donor funding? So that's one of the lessons. And it goes back to this morning's session where this gentleman here in the green tie and the blue jacket from my home country spoke about the fact that are we looking at all the places that we should look at to get funding to do work that needs to be done? And then to my right here, you have Christina, who is saying to you, listen, there is this opportunity in Seville at the end of June where countries can come and be a part of this discussion, because in this whole concept of innovative financing is important to all of us within the Greater Caribbean. So far, that's what we have heard. If your country has not gotten the invitation to Seville, please speak with her after this session. She's more than happy. And it's not something hosted by Spain. Seville just happens to be in Spain. This is something that the invitation would have come to you from the head of the United Nations along with the head of state for Spain. So this is an opportunity for us to go there and have our issues put on the table. All right, I'm going to turn over now to the Director of Cooperation from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia. And can you look specifically at what type of institutional support can donors, in your opinion, provide to the ACS?
Bueno, justo me hizo una.
Well, you've asked a question that I didn't want to be asked, but we're going to answer the question anyways. We consider that, without any doubt, institutional support, given the circumstances we're going through, it's a very difficult situation, as it has been said by other members of the panels. However, I feel that the Greater Caribbean that we are should start showing itself differently. We should start potentiating what we have. We should start giving value to what we have, because what we have in excess, many countries that have been given donations to our country lack what we have in excess. Since we started this new administration, we are betting on the exchange of debt for nature. We are betting on carbon bonds, how to come up with resources with the nature we have. So I feel that as international cooperation has changed, obviously the Greater Caribbean has to change. It has to change because the world is changing, because the cooperating agencies are focusing on other matters. We cannot stay behind because we have other needs. So in places like this, we need to reinvent the ways in which we work. We keep insisted on the fact that the greater Caribbean needs to strengthen certain specific topics, technical assistance at a very broad level. But that in that scenario, we can also have projects that are sustainable, that are bankable, because that is the only way in which we are going to leave aside the dependence we have vis-a-vis others, natural resources. A regional financial intelligence unit is a must, because we have to analyze opportunities which are in our territory. We have not done that yet, and we have to do it because the dynamics took us to that scenario. We have no other choice. Felipe was saying that it was necessary that when carrying out projects, they should be done hand in hand with the community, for the community to feel that, yes, I'm participating in this exercise, this is my project, and I need to advocate it. And this gives rise to a rooted problem that is going to create that ownership in the different territories. And when we have that ownership, we see how exercises, dynamics, projects have a better result. We need, without any doubt, a digital platform, one in which we can identify needs and projects. At this moment, we are gathered here, people who work in cooperation systems, but I'm sure that many of you are not aware of Colombian, Panamanian, Mexican needs, etc. So this scenario doesn't result in an effective cohesion for this dynamic we are currently experiencing, for the challenge that we are experiencing now. Technology is here, but it's still far from us regarding what it means and regarding what this mechanism can create in our cooperation scenarios. And last but not least, it's the time now to knock on the private sector's door. This is the time of the private sector, but not for the private sector to feel that community or cooperation is an instrument to continue with its economic emporium, but to realize that we need to enter into an alliance for the benefit of each and every one of us. Thank you very much.
You know, I think at the end of those three, the question comes to my mind, and we'll open it to the audience in a little bit. What is the comparative advantage of the ACS that will allow for donors to give to the ACS versus the other agencies, given the space that we're in? And that's something that we need to talk about as a people. What is it that ACS has that no one else has? That's something that needs to be, really fleshed out based on what everybody has been saying. So, I'm going to call you Andres. Andres, right down there, yes. Please, can you tell us a little bit more? This morning, the head of one of your agencies, she spoke about a workshop on the formulation of projects. And could you expand a little bit more? Is every member state of the ACS, can they send a person to this formulation workshop? How will it work? First of all, let me just say thank you to Colombia for doing this.
No problem.
This is something that is important. I think the formulation of projects and how to do it properly, especially in the new global context.
Gracias. Voy a hablar en español. Sí.
In the agency, we are looking for new ways to mobilize resources. We have seen that any mobilization source will become an international cooperation source, philanthropy, whatever, they need to have a certain level of project formulation. There is a huge gap in the states' capacities to formulate projects because the states in Colombia, the ministries are there for public policy, but to formulate policy and to implement projects and to assess them is something different. So what we saw as an opportunity in the APC is to start from the bottom. Now we are in a high narrative to talk about development financing. And as it was said by the other members of the panel, in 1 month we'll have a great opportunity where we have 195 states to cover these topics. But what does it mean when we return from Spain? I mean, we need to find not only the sources, but what's the financing for development, for territorial development, and that goes through some institutional processes that we are calling the life cycle of the project. And the most important thing that we share with our local entities, mayor's office, governor's office, and other agencies, is that we need to check ourselves. We need to locate ourselves. So where are we standing? Who are we representing? What's the scope we have to mobilize these resources? So when we see project life cycles, and the first step during that life cycle is to share capacities and to explain the different sources to fund a development project, not only public resources, not only international cooperation. We also have the private parties. As the director mentioned, we have to talk with the private parties, and sometimes at the state level that becomes very complex, but we have to put in practice that knowledge. So we have to prepare a project portfolio, which is not only one specific thing, but a program or a public policy. And sometimes we forget and we focus on projects and not on public policy, which is in the background. So to understand that has been very useful for local governments and to the government to see how we build that portfolio, how we supplement it with specific events, thinking not only about a municipality, but about a region or about the country. And that's been what has been recently accepted is the country platform. And that is a very innovative mechanism that we are using in Colombia in order to collect this cycle of project structure, to come up with a portfolio, to promote it internally. And the workshops mentioned by our moderator, Madame Campbell, that's an initiative we have in order to be very practical and to take those global discourses that we bring into these conferences to some exercises that could be used by our government and by local government. So we need to learn more. We need to have knowledge about our territory, which are the most important assets we have to sell, quote unquote, sell our project and to think about sustainability with allies. Because sometimes we propose projects, we call them mushrooms in Colombia, like by themselves, but we never think of who else is doing the same, who is interested in supporting this. So it's kind of to broaden this overview and to knowing that we are not alone. We are all together betting on development. So that's what I need to share with you.
So much, a much clearer understanding now, and this is something that other countries need to consider in the Greater Caribbean. So that sharing of that information will be quite useful. So can I invite the Director of Consultation and Regional Integration Mechanisms from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia just to share with us a little bit?
Sí, muchas gracias, Natalie. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Natalie. Thank you to all the members of this panel for this interesting discussion we're having here. And Natalie, I want to take one of your questions. What is the added value of the Association of Caribbean States in this process? I do not have an accurate answer. Perhaps just an institutional comment from the diplomatic perspective, if you wish, but it's that when looking for a way of transforming or making cooperation more effective for countries to reinforce our capacity as suppliers of cooperation, the South and triangular cooperation, I think that there is something of paramount importance, and it's not just to look for who could offer cooperation, or for us to look how can we go to offer this, or perhaps through the institutional capacity that could be earned by ACS and its Secretariat General and Association of Caribbean States. We can become more attractive for those donors and for those actors of the international system which are interested in offering cooperation, but also in receiving cooperation from the member states of ACS. The question asked by Natalie early on in the panel is geared towards taking into account the wealth and the specificities of the Caribbean as a region that has a huge potential, not only from the coastal perspective or anything that could be contributed with from the scientific standpoint, but also as regional cooperation, just having existed for 30 years, and that in addition to this will become attractive for other countries of the world. I do not want to list how many observers the association has, but I'm sure the state is very broad. So when thinking about cooperation, we must understand the way in which internally we can reinforce, revitalize, enhance, refresh that task that is carried out every single day by ACS through its institutional infrastructure. There are certain levels, such as the Caribbean Sea Commission, that should look after those works and those initiatives that are put in place there for the benefit of all the countries will be translated into the benefits of all the communities. For example, the salinity of the sea, or how to prevent the adverse effects of climate change that end up affecting the coastal area of the countries, or how to fight against that sargassum problem. It's like an invitation to see how, from the institutional standpoint, from the internal part, it is important for the Secretariat and the institutionality of our association will understand the moment and the needs to revitalize. The Secretary General was talking about how should we understand the association so it will be more adequate and more significant around the needs of the member states of the association. So we have to understand the importance and the fundamental role of that institutionality, and that is very important to become attractive, to invite those cooperating agencies and those actors that see in the Caribbean and undepletable source of best practices, knowledge, and of lessons that it can be contributed because of those suffering the negative consequences of climate change through the affectation of the coastal areas is the one that are those that can talk to other countries, and they should present them in order to prevent them. And that is what we heard in the last panel. So if there was a reason some years ago for our states to establish ACS and the Secretariat General. The idea is to potentiate it, for it to be given more importance, because it's not only for the Secretary General to take note and to see what are we doing, but it should be more pro-positive and through work on gathering what we are building as an association and to potentiate it towards the world.
Part of what you were saying, Natalie, is because our Secretary General needs to be more efficient.
There at the end, they switched translators, so I missed. But I think I got the gist of what you were saying, and we thank you for that. And our last presenter is Miss Janice Edmondson, Senior Project Economist at the Planning Institute of Jamaica. And so for those that don't know, the Planning Institute of Jamaica is an entity where all donations, foreign aid coming into the country, have to basically be looked at within a context set up by the Planning Institute of Jamaica. So if some of you here want to give money today to Jamaica, right off the bat, it has to go through the Planning Institute. So I hand over to you, Ms. Janice Edmondson.
Thank you so much for that, Madam Ambassador. So with the Planning Institute of Jamaica, we have donor coordination meetings with all our partners. So our bilateral partners, our financing partners, the multilateral financing unit deals with these partners. So we have the IDB, the CDB, and we have the EU. So with the bilateral partners, we have a cooperation program, and each bilateral partner comes to us and say, okay, these are the things that we are willing to assist with. And sometimes, well, we have the UN agencies also that also will be looking at the same thematic area. So what the Planning Institute does is bring all our IDPs to the table to discuss what areas they are looking at and the financing coming through all the different agencies and how we can coordinate this financing and which entity, which MDA, that is our ministry department and agencies in Jamaica, who will get the assistance or who will manage these funds. Also, what we look at as project economists is how we can monitor these projects to ensure that they reach the goal within the time limit, because we have to stick to the time. The donors are looking for this. So they come to us, the project is going to be 5 years. We have to ensure, as the Planning Institute of Jamaica, that this project meets the goal within the 5 years. And if not, we have to state why we couldn't execute the project. And also to add, the PIOJ, every year, we show to our partners, this is what the financing looks like for the year. So I can state that as of December 2024, ODA to Jamaica was 1.4 billion. And what is ODA? Official Development Assistance to Jamaica was 1.4 billion. Of this amount in 2024, it was 87 million. That was new official development assistance. And if you want me to add, it's that all the funding is not managed by our bilateral partners. So we have the UN agencies that if the bilateral partners cannot execute, we go to the UN agencies, well, we bring them to the board and we discuss how can the UN agencies help us to execute these projects. But at the end of the day, the bilateral partners or the financing partners want to see where their money is going. So we want to see the thematic areas. Thematic areas include human capital development, digitalization, climate change. Am I missing it? I think those are our areas. So digitalization, human capital development, and security. And we have to show the partners, all our international development partners, every year we have to show them this is where your money is going towards Jamaica's national development. So we have Vision 2030, our national development plan, and the medium-term economic framework. And a part of this framework, we have goals and objectives that we have to meet by a specific time. And we show the development partners, this is where your money is going through. So,
Thank you so much. Thank you. So now you have heard from all these panelists. Are there any questions from the floor or comments? You have heard from the UNDP that while it is not a donor agency, it has given us some things to consider. How do we exist? How does the ACS exist in this new way, in the new geopolitical climate? We have Spain saying, listen, the International Financing Development Conference is in Seville. Your nation should come and put your things on the agenda. So it is very much brought up as important issues. We have the Colombians saying, listen, we have figured this part out in this way. So those are learning experiences that we need to take as the ACS for the work that it's supposed to do. Jamaica has shared its experience with how it manages receiving international donation, which again has made Jamaica more attractive than some other states because there's a mechanism in place for managing the funds. So today we're here to talk about how it is that ACS can attract more donor funding in a geopolitical environment like the one we have now, where countries are focusing on their own needs versus giving to other nations. So within that context, are there any questions from anyone? Yes, please introduce yourself first of all.
Hello, and thank you. My name is Miguel Verzbolovskis. I'm Panamanian, but I'm not part of the official Panamanian delegation. I represent an organization called the Global Center for Climate Mobility, which is actually partnered with the ACS. We've been partnered with the ACS for nearly 4 years now, and as our title says, we are focused on climate mobility, which is how climate change induces migration within and across borders. So I've been extremely interested in everything that's been discussed here today, including what was in the earlier panel about early warning systems and so on, because it's a phenomenon about which I think the ambassador from Cuba said that the head of the Caribbean Sea Commission said that to invest is often seen as an expense, but is actually turns out to be a cheaper way of doing things. And I just want to make an observation. I think the greatest asset that the ACS has is very simple. It's a fact that it's the greatest, it's the largest organization in Latin America and the Caribbean that represents Latin America and the Caribbean. I mean, I guess it would be the second largest after the OAS, but the OAS is not based in the region. And our region, which for all of its commonalities also has a lot of differences, cultural differences, linguistic differences. I think the main strength of the ACS is the fact that it brings us all together. And it's up to the member states to really rescue that importance. Because I know from a fact that in my own country, Panama, the ACS, even though we're obviously a founding member of it, is not a widely known organization. So it's up to the countries themselves to make to profit and to make known the many virtues that this organization has and that it can have. And I think that part of the work that you're doing is putting people, displaying people, having people learn from each other. We thanks to the ACS. We've learned that, for instance, that in Colombia, in this country, there's a draft law that's being discussed about doing a registry for climate migrants, which is something that is, at least from what I've been able to gather, innovative in the entire world. And this is something that we've found out about thanks to the ACS. So I think really it's a very powerful organization and one which would benefit from its own members making it further known. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. Let me hand over the mic to you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, and I completely agree with the comment that was just made. If you allow me, I would like to point out the wealth and richness that has been mentioned throughout the entire session of the ACS, precisely due to the diversity of its members and because of the stories that each one of them carries with them. There is a big variation in the ACS. We have a high percentage of states that are part of the group of the small islands, small island states under development. There's a huge representation that is also part of the Ibero-American community of nations. Others are part of different mechanisms. There are mechanisms in the Caribbean that have been working and ongoing for more than 50 years that are also offering solutions to many problems in the nation, such as CARICOM. In commercial and trade affairs, we have another organization as well. But there are many solutions to the problems that are presented that are originated or that have great local wealth. And in this context, I would like to remind all of us, we've talked about South-South and triangular cooperation all day, but do you know which is the region in the world that has the highest amount of triangular cooperation and South-South cooperation? The CEGIP, for its acronym in Spanish. It has huge experience. It is granting cooperation to other regions in the world to share experiences. And I believe that that is a real wealth of the ACS. On one hand, it has what several members have already contributed to the Ibero-American community, to CARICOM, to the small island states, etc. And it all adds up. Problems are very many, and solutions should also be, we should also have many solutions, but we have many things that we can share, and that is one of those wealthy points that the ACS has.
Thank you so much. This screen in front of me has just lit up in red with the words "Time Up." So with that, we have to say thank you to all of the panelists, some of which I just asked this morning if you could join us. Thank you so much. Appreciate everything. I hope, just like myself, you have learned something and the ACS has learned something today. So thank you all.
Muchas gracias a los.
Thank you very much to our panelists. And this part marks the second segment of the 9th Conference of International Cooperation within the framework of the event of the Week of the Caribbean. Now we have Mrs. Safia Peters, advisor of the Transportation and Sustainable Development Committee in the ACS, who will be giving us this presentation about the progress of the international program and the development of the SMEs.
Okay. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Awesome. Yes. Thank you. It's my pleasure to deliver this presentation on behalf of the Directorate for Transport, Trade and Sustainable Development. And as the High Commissioner would have mentioned, this year we've been particularly intentional about creating the right and functional project implementation systems. And in part, this project has benefited from some of those the progress and achievements that we've made in that regard. So this project was designed and implemented as part of the IDB's Regional Public Good Initiative, and its objective is to strengthen business support organizations across 6 participating countries to help small businesses integrate into value chains in 3 priority potential sectors, namely community-based tourism, agribusiness, and the creative sector. And we chose these sectors because of the inclusivity, the inclusive growth model that a packed into these sectors and how instrumental it is to the economic growth of countries in our membership. And these are sectors with the potential to scale regional trade, generate employment, and build economic resilience. And the focus is on developing regional tools and services, training methodologies, institutional networks, and digital readiness that the business support organizations in the beneficiary countries can use to deliver long-term country-level impact. And these are some of the outcomes, the general outcomes of the project. We're aiming for measurable improvements in 3 key areas. MSMEs that are better integrated into regional value chains, expanded market access, especially through digital channels. That's why we're focusing on e-commerce in particular. That's one of the 3 pillars of the project. And a stronger institutional ecosystem that can support the internationalization of the MSMEs. And these are not just aspirational goals. They're backed by a layered and well-built-in capacity-building program within the project, and value chain assessments and firm-level interventions. So the long-term vision is to make regional MSMEs in the 3 target sectors that were mentioned before more resilient, competitive, and digitally enabled. And this is a breakdown of the components. Our program is organized into these 3 components. We have the small business, we focus on small business development centers in the 6 beneficiary countries, the value chain segment, and e-commerce, which is executed in partnership with the MSMEs in the business support organizations, not just the small business development centers in the beneficiary countries. And this is how far we've gotten to date. We signed a grant agreement with the IDB in March of 2023. So I think now we're about almost 2 years into implementation. And so far, the component related to the strengthening of small business development centers has been completed. We have the competitiveness toolkit, and the training was completed to operationalize the use of that toolkit. And the framework for the creation of a regional small business development center was also completed. Now, the next step would be to operationalize that network, and the ACS, as a regional organization, would be used as a platform to operationalize that network. The value chain assessments are underway. We have completed the value chain assessment for the creative sector and the community-based tourism sectors as well. And for e-commerce, the firms have been shortlisted for conducting that particular program. So let me walk you briefly through some of the challenges that we've had. We've had strong momentum generally, but we've encountered some cross-cutting constraints, and the main one, I would say, would be delays related to procurement. Procurement is the life of the project, and I mean that purely in an operational sense. It's the operational heartbeat of project delivery. It's where your deliverables start and stop. So if we have a challenge or a delay in this regard, it will have an impact on the overall project implementation. And I think that has been one of the main challenges. But we have been very responsive in working. The donor agency, the IDB, has been very responsive and working alongside us to address those challenges. And we have the mitigation strategies in place wherever issues come up. And the responsiveness of some focal points in beneficiary countries have also been a challenge. when we work with beneficiary countries, of course, there are other projects that, depending on the beneficiary in question, they have other competing interests. There might be political changes happening on the ground that may take their focus away from the project. But that, of course, would have a negative impact in the level of engagement and on the amount or even the quality of information that the consultants would have access to. And that has been a challenge in the execution of this project. But we use, where that happens, we use our networks through the Ministries of Foreign Affairs and our other partners to get the contacts and the information that we need so that we ensure that the deliverables that we produce directly addresses the needs and the problem of the beneficiary country in question. In terms of the next steps, we still have the validation workshops pending for the agribusiness value chains, as well as the delivery of the sector-based training seminars. So once we complete the value chain assessments, that will be used to create capacity building programs, sector-specific capacity building programs, so that the business support organizations working with MSMEs in these three target sectors would be able to deliver the necessary business development services for their specific product groups. And as I mentioned before, we are yet to contract the firm that will execute the e-commerce component, and whilst the Small Business Development Center component has been completed, we're still to operationalize the regional network of SEAM. So this is just a general timeline of where we're at, and we are so far on time and on time and on budget, but we may require an extension depending on how long the procurement process goes. Some things you can control, other things you can't. But for the moment, I think that the project is due to end in March 2026, and we anticipate that we would be able to complete the project on time within this time frame. In terms of additional areas for support, where new and existing partners can work with us, I would say that these are the priority support areas: sector-specific export accelerator programs, particularly in agribusiness and the creative sectors, because while the project conducts assessment and offers general capacity building, there's still a need for more intensive sector-based export acceleration support, whether it be through regional clustering initiatives or otherwise. I think that would be very, very useful. And access to finance was not directly addressed in the original project, and this is a well-known barrier for MSME growth and internationalization. So I think that having a proposed technical assistance focus on this would be very beneficial through a regional MSME finance readiness program of sorts. So we stand ready to collaborate with you, with our partners, both current and new ones, to deliver impactful projects that improve the lives of some 250 million people in our greater Caribbean. Thank you very much for your attention.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much to Ms. Hafia Peters for your very valuable reflections in the framework of this presentation about the progress of the project. In the agenda, we had stated that we would have a coffee break, but we will propose that we continue with a dialogue led by Peters, and that will allow us to then, followed by the closing remarks, and that will allow us to end this session. So having said this, we hand it over to Mr. Javier. I apologize. 1 second, please. I'm sorry. Felipe. Thank you very much. He will be leading this part of the dialogue. My name is Brazilian, but it's also Spanish. Felipe, but Javier, that would be useful as well. Very well. We're all tired, I know. It's been an incredible session with a lot of discussions, a lot of panels. We've learned a lot. And that is basically, this is a moment for opening up the microphone for any interventions from our audience. We've talked about different topics, about the ACE, ACS, its priorities, disaster risk reduction, transportation, trade, sustainable development, tourism. So now it's time to hear from everyone. What are your reactions about what the ACS is doing, if we're following a correct path? We've talked about the new vision that is being constructed for the organization, and we know that there are challenges that have to be overcome. We know that there is a long journey ahead, and this is the life cycle of associations and international organizations. We always have to make a call to innovation. We have to do a re-engagement and bring back its members, and we are committed to this, to renovate the ACS for a new phase with more projects, larger projects with bigger impact for the population, for the communities, and for the benefit of the countries in the Greater Caribbean. So that is the commitment that the ACS has. And I would like to open up the space for anyone who would wish to make a comment. If you could please state your names, identify yourselves, and it is the chance for you to participate as well.
Muy buenas tardes a todos y todas.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Cindy Rodriguez. I am the Vice Minister of Foreign Affairs in Honduras. Dear guests, the government of President Iris Sarmiento recognizes the support and leadership of the ACS because of its important collaboration and the support through innovative projects that have been presented today. My country is fully willing to work together in all the initiatives that have been presented that can contribute to strengthening capacities in the region of the Greater Caribbean, but that specially contribute to our integration. We are convinced that each one of these projects that have been presented is an opportunity for innovation to reinforce the ties between the member states and the strategic allies. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honduras. These commitments are very important. And what we say, this is the time to come together, to have more contact, make more contacts, and work together. So I am very happy to hear that we can continue to do this and strengthen our relationships, both from the countries to the Secretary General and vice versa. And our countries are the reason why the organization exists. Does anyone else wish to make a comment or an intervention? This is your chance.
Commercial body, but I'm a commercial man from the Caribbean Shipping Association. Do we plan to engage our ministries of industry and commerce or fund alternate programs to encourage trade between our region, interregional trade. We've, for centuries, traded with our greater partners of the US or Europe or Asia, but I believe that there are opportunities for trade between our smaller nations, between our region. And as a shipping man, I'd say shipping lines will follow the cargo. So then therefore, if there's cargo moving between our regions, I know there's, Mexico is probably one of the best furniture manufacturers anywhere in the world, but we still buy furniture from China or the USA. So the question is it a part of the ACS program? Can we introduce or invite our ministries of industry and commerce? Can some of our funding be in marketing trade between our region? That private sector can get involved at some point later, but at least to say you can buy something in Mexico rather than buy it in the United States.
Thank you so much. Yes, indeed, we can and we should and we must engage with all the ministries of the member countries, because the countries are already members of this association, so we should engage with a whole a bunch of ministries, agencies from the governments. So besides the 25 member countries, we have also like 10 associate members and also 30 countries who are observers of the association. And so we have a huge possibility of tapping into several cooperation opportunities from all these countries, not only the member countries and the associated ones, so we can expand our view and to engage with the ministries, the technical ministries as well. It's a must for our organization. We are doing that, and we are planning to do it more. So that's absolutely correct. Thank you so much. Do we have any more questions from the public, from the audience? Or interventions, comments, comentarios, alguna palabra más?
Any additional remarks?
Bueno, mientras ustedes van pensando, quisiera también decir que ya he hablado de eso en la mañana, pero es muy importante, ¿no?, que estamos en un proceso de hecho de gran renovación en la asociación, ¿no? Nuestro objetivo es que tengamos un contacto más directo con nuestra membresía. Estas oportunidades son increíblemente importantes para acercarnos, para tener los contactos, la amistad que yo había comentado en otro panel. Y también estamos ahorita planificando un gran proyecto sobre el tema del sargazo. Llegué hace poco a la organización, pero ya he escuchado casi todos los países de la asociación de que esa es una prioridad. Entonces estamos ahí abrazando ese mandato de los países para tratar del tema del sargazo con un gran proyecto que muy pronto esperamos ahí presentar a toda la membresía. Pero eso es un tema también que ya he hablado ya con algunas instituciones y órganos de las Naciones Unidas, la oportunidad del evento de alto nivel que sostuvimos en Port of Spain, y estamos aquí también profundizando ese contacto para tener un proyecto muy robusto, muy sólido, ¿no? Porque uno de los retos que tenemos, hemos hablado de los problemas de la financiación, sí, de hecho tenemos esa dificultad, claro que eso es un reto, tenemos un proyecto y tenemos que buscar la financiación, pero hay una otra cosa que es otro desafío que tenemos que tener en mente, que es la calidad de los proyectos, ¿no? Tenemos que tener proyectos muy sólidos de un nivel que podamos ir a las organizaciones como el Banco Mundial, como las grandes agencias de financiación multilaterales, con proyectos que de hecho tengan competitividad, porque otras organizaciones de otras regiones también están ahí proponiendo sus proyectos. Entonces también queremos hacer ahora en la asociación hincapié en la calidad de los proyectos para ser competitivos en las oportunidades. Me gustó mucho lo que habló la directora del Ministerio de Relaciones Exteriores de Colombia sobre la unidad regional de inteligencia financiera para la financiación, y eso me parece así, demasiado pertinente, Porque una de las cosas que tenemos es que es difícil manejar la cantidad de información sobre posibilidades de financiación que hay, porque a veces hay una llamada para propuestas de una organización, a veces hay de otra, y hay fechas límites para hacer la inscripción. Entonces tenemos que tener proyectos muy buenos, proyectos de alta calidad, tenemos que involucrar toda la membresía y tenemos también que hacer un mapeo de estas oportunidades de financiación, ¿no? Entonces, todo eso son desafíos que tenemos ahora en mente en la AEC y estamos dispuestos a trabajar cada vez más con los países miembros en ese sentido, ¿no? Entonces, ¿alguna intervención más de la audiencia? Si yo no tenemos... Sí, por favor.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes para todos y todas. Quería además empezar agradeciéndoles a todos los participantes, no solo del día de hoy de la 9ª Conferencia de Cooperación, sino también agradeciéndoles a las personas que participaron en el taller el día de ayer, el taller de formulación. Bueno, no me presenté, soy Sharon González Cárdenas, hago parte de la Dirección de Cooperación Internacional de la Cancillería Colombiana y realmente es muy grato haber podido trabajar junto con la EC en la organización de este espacio. Creo que Felipe lo ha definido muy bien y es una conclusión muy importante y es los desafíos comunes en medio de un mundo de cooperación que ha venido cambiando y este año particularmente ha venido cambiando significativamente. Los panelistas al final mencionaron también todo el tema de financiamiento de la cooperación y cómo va a funcionar esa reunión en Sevilla que se va a realizar próximamente y que es un hito y también una parte fundamental para saber cómo vamos a funcionar a partir de ahora en la cooperación internacional y cómo va a ser los procesos de financiamiento justamente de esa cooperación que, como todos sabemos, Estados Unidos ha salido de alguna forma.
That, as you know, it's outside that, and it has been observed in these negotiations. So we have to know how are we going to deal with that topic and how can we have other partners that could be very important for that in mind. It's an honor to have you here. It has been a very interesting process, all this conference, what has been accomplished, and something very important, the commitments we have arrived at by all the member states of ACS, and to have had this pro tempore chair, which is the case of Colombia. That's also a milestone for us in order to move forward, contributing with the needs and the cooperation demands that Caribbean countries have. So I want to thank the team for their work, for the work of all the colleagues of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia, and all those who have worked in this organization, for all the panelists for being here. Also, we want to thank Colombian authorities for their participation and for sharing this event. And it is also a pleasure to have high-level colleagues here. So thank you very much. Thank you for the words of Colombia. I want to thank once again the government of Colombia, the people of Colombia, for hosting this event. It is a beautiful country, a country very dear to me. Thanks for the organization. Thank you for the support to ACS, and thank you for supporting the summit. So we want to thank you for this group effort, for all those nights working hard in order to deliver a very successful event. So thank you very much. And once again, many thanks to Colombia. Any other interventions from the audience? Any comment, any suggestion, any remark? If not so, then we are going to close this part of the debate. Once again, I want to thank each and every one of you for attending this event. And the most important for us ACS is to listen to member states, to all those attending civil society, observing countries, associate countries, international agencies, businessmen. Today we had the business forum. So if all these actors gathered here, ACS learns quite a lot, listens in order to deliver what the governments and what our people need for a sustainable development, for social inclusion, for a better life to all the inhabitants of the Greater Caribbean. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Felipe Ramos, Cooperation and Resource Mobilization Consultant of ACS, for such a productive dialogue. Thank you for participating in this event. So now we have the closing remarks. So I would like to invite Her Excellency Natalie Campbell Rodriguez, who will present her comments about this important conference.
Thank you so much. I thought there were others before me, but I guess not. It has been an important day, even though the numbers in the room don't reflect that. But it's been a day where I think we have spoken about a lot. We have been given ideas, and to be very honest, if nothing happens next year, it's not because we didn't get good ideas today. It is because the organization has chosen not to act. As a member state that is fully paid up with its dues, I want to say that Jamaica, we believe in the work of the ACS. ACS was born out of Caribbean states, and I will call them CARICOM states. That's what we're called these days. And outside of that historic fact, someone mentioned today that the ACS is the only entity within the region that has merged both what CARICOM nations have as an interest and that of the Latin American countries. And that is not something that is supposed to be overlooked. It is important. Out of our workshops today, persons talked about renewal. They talked about the entity having the need to respond to the current global situation. We had Mexico sharing its experiences for free. Nobody does anything for free anymore. Okay? We have had Jamaica sharing some of its experiences. And if we do not take what happened today and make a difference, we have no one to blame but ourselves. We find ourselves in a situation where we have a new Secretary General in this our 30th year as the ACS. And this new Secretary General is working on the new vision, the strategic vision for the organization. We have consultants such as Philip who are working to help this entity. And what we must do is really listen and learn. We have presenters who gave us ideas as to who can we go and ask for money. Someone mentioned go a little bit more to the private sector because we know what's happening with colleague governments. And we have to take that all on board, even if it means making adjustments. I see the legal officer back there, and she probably soon smile because she don't like when I point on her. But I see her back there. We have to ask the questions. Do we need to change the rules that govern the ACS to allow us to do more asking of the private sector? Or can we function with the rules that exist now? And so
I have a speech here, but I don't know where in it I'm supposed to have reached, so I won't even bother with it. But I just want to say thank you all, those of you who lasted through today and listened to us and helped us with our learning. Thank you. Thank you so much to the presenters who presented today. And on behalf of the International Corporation, the DCRM, I want to say we appreciate you. We appreciate your contributions, and we look forward to seeing you next year when we will be reporting all the wonderful things that has been achieved. Thank you so much.
These are inspirational interventions that received the applause of the attendees. Now we would like to give the floor to Natalia George, legal advisor of ACS, who will be presenting some closing remarks.
Special Committee on Cooperation and Resource Mobilization of the Association of Caribbean States, Her Excellency Natalie Campbell Rodriguez, High Commissioner of Jamaica to Trinidad and Tobago and Permanent Representative of Jamaica to the Association of Caribbean States. Honorable ministers, vice ministers, ambassadors, high-level officials, and representatives of the member states, associate members and observers of the Association of Caribbean States. Ms. Sandra Yanes Bermudez Barin, Acting Director of the Presidential Agency for International Cooperation of Colombia, APC Colombia, specially invited guests, representatives of international organizations and partners in cooperation and resource mobilization. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. After a full day of presentations, panel discussions, animated debates, and much needed coffee breaks, we have arrived at the conclusion of the 9th International Cooperation Conference of the Association of Caribbean States. On behalf of the ACS Secretariat and in my capacity as legal advisor, it is my honor to offer a few closing reflections. Let me begin by saying, no, we may not have solved all the complex interwoven challenges of the Greater Caribbean in a single day. That would be an unrealistic expectation. But what we have done is make meaningful headway that is grounded in realism, bolstered by collaboration, and shaped by a clear and shared intention to do better by our people. As the High Commissioner said, if we fail to act, that is on us. In a region as beautifully diverse, multilingual, and historically layered as ours, consensus is not always easy to achieve, nor should it be. Robust debate and healthy divergence are signs of a dynamic, stable region. What we have witnessed here today is indicative of this. A willingness to engage earnestly, to listen with respect, and to collaborate with purpose. And that, in and of itself, is no small achievement. Throughout the day, one theme has remained clear. Cooperation is not a buzzword. Cooperation in our context is a legal imperative, an institutional anchor, and an operational strategy. It is the connective tissue that binds the Greater Caribbean not only in moments of crisis, but in the long, deliberate pursuit of sustainable development through frameworks of resilience and regional solidarity. But as we all know, frameworks alone are not enough. Frameworks are only as strong as the commitment behind them. The structures must be animated by will, by trust, and by a readiness to make difficult, sometimes politically inconvenient decisions in favor of collective benefit. That commitment was on full display here today, not only in formal speeches, but in the margin conversations, the sharing of country experiences, and the frank acknowledgement of our region's vulnerabilities. We spoke today of more than cooperation in theory, but also of implementation in practice. We reviewed practical recommendations, discussed successful models, and were refreshingly honest about where we have fallen short. And I must say, as someone who spends much of my time in the fine print, it would be myopic of me not to remind us all implementation begins with good intent, but ends with detail. And in regional cooperation, it is the detail that determines whether a project soars or stalls. So let us remain attentive to those details. To our international partners, thank you for your continued support and your strategic investment in the region. Your presence here today and your long-standing collaboration with the ACS reflects a commitment that extends beyond political cycles or headline moments. Thank you for standing with us not only when crises erupt, but during those long, often invisible stretches of slow, necessary work, the kind that doesn't always make news, but truly constitutes development in real time. To our member states, associate members, observer states, and social actors, thank you for continuing to make the ACS an active and relevant regional institution. The strength of the ACS lies not in its secretariat alone, but in the collective will and sustained engagement of its membership. To our hard-working staff at the Secretariat, in particular the Directorate for Cooperation and Resource Mobilization, our technical staff, interpreters, and behind-the-scenes coordinators, thank you. We often speak of diplomacy as though it happens effortlessly. But we in this room know that what happens seamless on stage is supported by hours of preparation, coordination, and meticulous attention to detail. You have made this conference possible. Let us ensure that our memoranda are followed by mandates, that our declarations translate into deliverables, that the good ideas raised today do not remain trapped in PowerPoint slides or post-conference reports, but move steadily through the channels of institutional action. Let us challenge ourselves to follow through not as an act of formality, but as a responsibility to our member states and associate members and to the communities they serve. Let us move forward with confidence, knowing that every initiative we push forward contributes to a larger mosaic of regional progress, a mosaic that will reflect not only our ambitions, but our courage and our follow-through. I wish you all safe travels, whether you are returning home or continuing to other engagements, or as we say across this richly diverse region, bon voyage, bon viaje, have a good trip, and thank you all once again.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Natasha George. Now we would like to give the floor to the Director of Consultation Mechanisms and Regional Cooperation, Francisco Javier Gutierrez, from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Colombia. Good afternoon to each and every one of you. On behalf of the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Colombia, Laura Saravia, I would like first and foremost to express our gratitude for participating in this conference and for the active participation in today's dialogues. We have seen first the important role that ACS has for all its member states taking into account the need to renew themselves and to reformulate the pathway in order to satisfy the needs, the interest, and the solutions that we are willing to offer as member states, not only for ourselves, but for the other countries of the world and the other regions based on our lessons learned and on our own experiences. Today, we have conveyed a message of revitalization of significance of the Association of Caribbean States, and also as the epicenter of international cooperation South-South, and at the triangular level. That is the main message that we are left with this conversation. We have covered different topics. We have talked about the need of cooperation in order to be prepared for risk and disasters, early warning system. We have learned about the perspective of all the countries on how to promote that integration from the institutional, commercial perspective, and what to do in order for our economies to be more focused on the development of specific strategies in the area of transport, communication, and also to transcend into other scopes in which the Association of Caribbean States should continue working on capacity building, as is the digital transformation. The fact that those historical barriers that we have been experiencing in recent years between one country of the region with others, they need to be overcome, and the tool to overcome those gaps is exactly international cooperation and the promotion of an honest dialogue based on specific, measurable, verifiable conclusions that could be sustained in time, based on the benefits that they represent to the community and to our population. This is today's conclusion, but it is worth mentioning also the importance, as mentioned in the panel just before this session, and that is the invitation for the association and the Secretariat General of ACS will be more effective, more important, and will help member states not only to be aware of the different tasks and dialogues, but that it will also contribute with its expertise, different renewal perspectives of the work, and will enable to broaden the scope of ACS. So it will go beyond that, so that based on the internal strengths and the unity of these 25 member states plus associate and observing members can be accumulated and through the Secretariat, that voice will become visible through a multilateral system, using opportunities such as the international conference that will take place in Seville next month. So we hope that these events and these ideas that we've shared today will be useful to understand that ACS is effective, is necessary, and it's going to continue with its reformulation, with its revitalization, so that in the future we will have more tangible results that will benefit the population under the basic premise of the integration vocation of member states of ACS. This association started in Cartagena 30 years ago. It will continue existing because we want to dive in and advance in regional cooperation, which is our main goal. Thank you very much, and I hope you have safe travels back home. And hope to see you some tomorrow here, and also in the Monteria Summit. Welcome to Cartagena, welcome to Colombia, and have a good afternoon.
Muchas gracias al Dr. Francisco Gutiérrez.
Thank you very much, Mr. Francisco Gutierrez, Director of coordination mechanisms in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. On behalf of the ACS and the Presidential Agency for International Cooperation in Colombia, APC, we would like to greatly thank the participation of the authorities, delegations of member states, and associate members of the ACS, the diplomats that have been accredited, representatives of mechanisms of regional integration, businessmen and businesswomen, strategic allies, members of the academia, public and private institutions in Colombia, and the region as well. And everyone who was with us today, we thank you for your participation, and we invite you to return safely to your accommodations. Via streaming, we leave you with the video, the official video of the summit, and those here, good afternoon.
Bienvenidos al corazón del Gran Caribe. Colombia, junto a la Asociación de Estados del Caribe, lidera un hito en nuestra historia compartida, la Cumbre del Gran Caribe, unidos por la vida hacia un Gran Caribe más sostenible. Como presidente del Consejo de Ministros de la Asociación de Estados del Caribe, Colombia asume el liderazgo de esta cumbre, convocando a líderes y expertos de la región para proteger nuestro entorno, enfrentar los desafíos globales y construir un futuro de prosperidad, equidad y paz. Del 26 al 30 de mayo de 2025, el Gran Caribe escribirá un capítulo nuevo desde las dos ciudades emblemáticas, Cartagena de Indias, la ciudad heroica, y Montería, cuna del progreso ganadero. Desde estos territorios, Colombia lanza al mundo un mensaje claro: el Gran Caribe es una región de cooperación, resiliencia y liderazgo compartido. La cumbre priorizará temas estratégicos como la justicia climática, la protección del mar Caribe, la transformación digital inclusiva, el impulso de una economía azul sostenible. Estos pilares impulsarán un desarrollo integral, justo y equitativo para nuestros pueblos. La agenda también destacará la integración económica para el crecimiento regional, fortalecimiento de la conectividad, promoción del comercio justo, turismo sostenible, protección del patrimonio cultural e inversiones para el bienestar compartido. Durante la Semana del Gran Caribe se realizarán encuentros claves como el 17º Foro Empresarial del Gran Caribe, la 9ª Conferencia Internacional de Cooperación y la 30ª Reunión Ordinaria del Consejo de Ministros, y culminaremos con el momento estelar, la 10ª Cumbre de Jefes de Estado y de Gobierno de la Asociación de Estados del Caribe, un espacio para definir soluciones colectivas a desafíos urgentes como la seguridad alimentaria y energética, el cambio climático y la inclusión social. Colombia invita a los pueblos del Gran Caribe a unir sus voces y esfuerzos para forjar una región más justa, sostenible e integrada. Somos el puente del país de la belleza.